Hey guys, tonight we wander into a quiet shepherd's hut at dawn. A breeze flutters the curtains, turning them into soft, fluttering banners of pale sunrise. You probably won't survive this without a cup of coffee, but you'll feel the peace instead. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Post your location and local time in the comments so we can share the same dawn moment. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The quiet hush of early light spills across the wooden floor. The curtains billow lightly, their colors matching the first blush of sun. A distant river humdrum echoes, guiding your thoughts toward gentler tides. You can feel the cool air cling to the stone walls. The hut feels like a haven against the rising mountain wind. Inside, a small hearth crackles, its flames painting gentle shadows. The scent of pine and damp earth rises with the smoke. You hear the faint clink of a ceramic mug placed near the fire. The shepherd's old lute sits beside it, its strings slightly worn. He has a habit of humming a tune when he tends the meadow. You notice a faint blue glow from the window, reflecting the sky. The river's hum is so soothing. Even the stones hum along, like a rock band in slow motion. The early sun paints a gold trail across the roof tiles. The curtains flutter a rhythm, like a whispered lullaby between trees. The gentle wind carries the scent of wildflowers from across the hills. The river's whisper feels less like sound and more like a story's soft breath. The shepherd sits, eyes closed, listening to mountain sounds. He turns his head slowly, as if weighing each stone's memory. You feel the floor beneath you, a mixture of moss and aged oak. The hut's walls feel warm, humming with the day's pulse. The old wall has a patch where paint peeled long ago. The patch is a canvas of secrets, a forgotten moment captured. At the corner, a stone altar holds a weathered rosary. A small wooden figurine rests beside it, a silent guardian of the valley. Some Basque shepherds keep a small wooden figurine to appease mountain spirits. The figurine watches as you step, its eyes reflecting candle flame. The lamp flickering by casts a gentle circle of light. The river's hum deepens, matching the rhythm of your breath. The river's music is a slow lull. You hear the crackle of dry leaves in the wind. The wind rustles over the thatched roof, a low, content sigh. The scent of pine grows stronger, filling the air. You find a cushion laid beside the hearth, inviting rest. The cushion is soft, like a cloud of moss. The shepherd's presence is like a steady heartbeat. He murmurs, "Patience shapes mountain paths," a phrase you overhear. The words settle around you, a balm for the mind. The hearth's glow flickers, each flame a tiny sun. Outside, the first crow of a bird announces the sunrise. The sun climbs higher, washing the valley in amber light. A distant goat bleats, punctuating the quiet with a high note. If you hear a goat snore, That's the hut's lullaby at full volume. The shepherd nods as if acknowledging the sound. The morning grows brighter, and the river's cadence quickens. Historians still argue whether the early Basque language originated from a pre-Indo-European root. The argument has no final answer, yet it adds to the area's mystery. A single footstep echoes on the stone floor. The shepherd lifts his hand, touching the rug's edge. The rug is a patchwork of colors, like a living memory. You feel the slight weight of it grounding you. In awe, you inhale the crisp air, smelling earth, pine, river. The shepherd smiles, his eyes reflecting calm. He leans close, whispering, "When the river runs slow, so do we." You chuckle softly at his wise words. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Well, this hut feels like a shelter. He taps the fire with a wooden spoon. The clink rings out, a tiny drum in the stillness. The hut feels like an old friend, welcoming. The light from the fire glows like sunrise, warm and gentle. You see your reflection in a tarnished silver spoon. The spoon reflects the river's gentle shimmer, almost hypnotic. You notice a small piece of paper tucked in a wall crack. It's a hand-drawn map of the valley, drawn in charcoal. The map has a line of blue dots marking fish spots. The shepherd points to the line, and you nod. The river runs westward, crossing meadows that glimmer. The wind carries the distant sound of a stone drum. He shares a story about the stone drum's purpose. The stone drum was a call to gather after storms. The hut's walls echo his words, the story settling. You listen, each detail adding weight to your calm. The sun climbs higher, and the scent of pine becomes sweet. The river hum feels even softer, like a lullaby. The shepherd offers a pot of tea, steam swirling. The tea's aroma is a blend of mint, chamomile, and pine. You sip and feel the warmth spread through you. The tea reminds you of a quiet Sunday morning. The hut feels small yet expansive, a capsule of time. The river's sound remains steady, a gentle beat. The shepherd smiles, saying, "Keep listening and you'll find peace." You nod, feeling a quiet sense of gratitude. The day moves slowly, and the wind softens. You find a folded note tucked in the hearth. It's a Basque proverb, written in ancient script. The proverb reads, "Eyes on the horizon open new doors." The words echo like a drumbeat, gentle and steady. The room feels like a breathing organism, alive. You close your eyes, focusing on the rhythm. The wind lulls the curtains into rhythmical swings. You find the rhythm similar to a heartbeat. The river's hum lingers, making the space feel timeless. The shepherd's words become a mantra, guiding your thoughts. You feel the mountain's ancient spirit surrounding you. The sun sets slowly, painting the sky with crimson. You hear the faint echo, a subtle reminder of night. The sky darkens slowly, stars appearing one by one. The shepherd smiles. "Now we rest. The night will ease us." You feel the heat of the fire soften. The wind outside carries the scent of wet stone. The night hums softly, like a sleeping beast. You breathe slowly, preparing for sleep. But the story doesn't end. Just like rivers' persistent flow, you lie back, letting the hut cradle you. The walls hum a lull, the breeze rustles the curtains. The night deepens, stars grow brighter. The quiet settles, gentle and profound. You inhale the cool night air, letting calm spread. You allow the mountains whisper to guide your eyelids into drifting. The subtle breeze carries the ancient echo of shepherds' lullabies. You think of the valley as a living, breathing entity. Every sound feels like a note in a slow, gentle symphony. You feel the earth's pulse under your fingertips. The shepherd's voice fades, replaced by the river's steady murmur. You close your mind, letting thoughts glide like leaves. Each heartbeat syncs with the river, a calming metronome. The hut's scent of pine and earth wraps you. The walls whisper ancient stories, soft as cobwebs. You imagine the shepherd's hands as steady lanterns guiding. The fire's glow recedes, replaced by starlight's silver ribbon. The night sky writes its own lullaby in constellations. You feel the stars as gentle applause for your rest. The mountain's breath keeps you warm and safe. You inhale the deep quiet, feel gratitude in each breath. The shepherd has long ago left you alone with the hush. You let the hush settle like a blanket. The world outside dissolves into a low, calming hum. Your mind, once restless, eases into the river's lull. In the hut's heart, you find a quiet covenant with nature. You feel the hush of the hut covers the world. You think the blanket keeps shadows away, keeping dreams safe. You imagine the shepherd would smile, hearing you sleep. You feel a gentle tug, like a hand easing you down. You rest, letting the story weave into your subconscious. You are ready to fall into dreamland, where Proverbs guide you. The hush of the hut keeps you safe, like a guardian. You let your body surrender to soft, warm sleep. You step onto the mossy floor, and each footfall feels like a soft blanket. The moss cushions your weight, turning the wooden planks into a living carpet. You hear a faint creak, a sigh of the old beams settling. The scent of pine rises, mingling with the faint spice of the hearth fire. The hearth crackles gently, sending sparks that glow like tiny lanterns. You pause, letting the warmth seep into your bones as if it were a blanket. The room feels like a pocket of calm in a world that never stops. Your breathing slows, matching the steady purr of the fire. A gentle breeze slips under the door, carrying the smell of wet earth. The moss underfoot muffles each step, softening the space into silence. The air tastes faintly of cedar and damp stone. No harsh chemicals here. You notice a small feather tucked under a corner of an ancient quilt. The quilt itself smells of cloves, a reminder of distant winter kitchens. You feel a sudden urge to count the moss patches, but that would be tedious. A whisper floats up, reminding you that every breath is a story to tell. You chuckle softly, counting moss might be the longest meditation ever. The moss shivers slightly, as if agreeing with your joke. The fire casts dancing shadows, painting waves across the wall surfaces. You imagine the shepherd watching you from a stone wall outside. A subtle crackle echoes, a tiny drumbeat for your calm. The moss gives a muffled sigh each time your foot touches it again. You smile, feeling the house breathe in harmony with you. A sudden gust of wind blows the curtains, waving like a waving flag. You watch the curtains ripple, remembering old stories about the wind in Spanish hills. The wind carries a distant call, like a sheep baa. You hear the gentle snore of a nocturnal animal near the door. You hear the floorboards groan, the old way they do when settled. You feel as if you are in a dream where sound is a soft lullaby. The pine scent deepens, swirling in the air like a perfume. The fire's heat warms your skin like a slow hug. Your mind starts to wander toward the outside, where the sky is a hazy gray. The sky outside is a blank canvas. No stars yet, no bright moon. You glance at the low mountain silhouette, sharp against the clouds. A quiet sense of awe washes over you, subtle but real. You think of the ancient Romans who used goat milk in concrete. The idea of ancient concrete reminds you of modern buildings too. You feel the ancient and the modern merging in an ordinary floor. The moss beneath your feet feels like a living green cushion. You breathe in slowly, and the pine aroma fills your lungs. The hearth's fire continues to whisper a cozy rhythm. You imagine the shepherd humming a tune, a soft lullaby. The moss muffles the sound, making your steps sound like whispered secrets. You chuckle. This place feels like a slow-motion movie. A soft rumble is heard from the floor, maybe a distant animal. The room feels like a living organism, breathing with you. You notice tiny twigs tangled in the moss, a quiet forest at your feet. It reminds you that even in a hut, nature weaves itself inside. You feel a gentle hand reach for the wool rug, smoothing out the knots. The rug smells faintly of wool, cold, warm, and cozy. Who needs a blanket when the floor is a green cloud? You mutter amused. The floor remains steadfast, supporting you through the night. A bird outside tweets, a bright note in the soft silence. The bird's song drifts through the open window, a lullaby from the sky. You breathe in sync with the bird, pulse slow, heart steady. The moss continues to dampen the sound, turning each footfall to music. You notice a thin thread catching the light, a story hidden in the floor. Your mind wonders if the thread is part of a forgotten tapestry. The shepherd might have woven many such threads into the hut. The thread is a tiny piece of memory, tied into the present. You remember a story about a shepherd who carved a rune into wood. The rune's meaning is lost, but the story is still alive. A joke pops in. You could pull a rune out of a wall to make a coffee table. The wall is quiet, but your mind keeps talking. The moss keeps your silence from feeling empty. You hear the crackle of the fire grow louder, a subtle lull. You think about the shepherd's sheep, grazing beyond, calm. The scene inside is a slow breathing, a breath in and out. You can hear tiny footsteps, faint as a heartbeat. The firelight dances, a warm glow on the dusty floor. Your feet feel weightless against the moss, a feeling of floating. A curious creature scurries across the floor, just enough to notice. You laugh quietly, a mouse with a PhD in stealth. The mouse disappears between the cracks in the wood. The moss is still, like listening to a quiet ocean. The hearth's flame flickers, sending warm colors across the walls. You close your eyes briefly, hearing your own breathing. The wind outside whispers a memory, a tune of the past. You feel the calm in your chest, the floor supporting like a cushion. The smell of pine remains, a constant, subtle aroma. You feel a slight warmth from the fire's ember, a steady pulse. The moss feels like the carpet of a sleep clinic, quiet and reliable. A tiny scent of fresh bread lingers in the air, perhaps a memory of a market. You imagine the shepherd making bread, smelling the dough rise. The idea is funny because you never expected bread in a shepherd's hut. But we can't argue with history. You mutter in a hushed tone. You notice a small crack in the floor, a story of years. In the distance, a faint echo of a bell rings, a time marker. The bell's rattle reminds you of a school bell, but softer. The floor still feels soft, like a green cushion that never tires. You feel the moss adjust to your body, conforming without a sound. You think of a quirk. Some people believe hummingbirds can taste sweet potatoes. A faint laugh escapes you. You never thought you'd find humor here. The idea of hummingbirds in a hut is silly, but it makes you smile. You feel relaxed. The floor a gentle support for your thoughts. A subtle shift in the breeze. The fire's flame steadies. You notice the subtle glow from the hearth, dancing like a tiny planet. You think, like a podcast narrator, that the story is still evolving. Your voice, if whispered, could be an echo, a reminder. You feel the moss's texture, soft against your skin, smooth and velvety. Your breathing deepens, each exhale matching the floor's soft sigh. A whisper of wind reaches the window, carrying the scent of the river. You imagine the water far away, calm and steady. You recall the river's sound is a lullaby, but not as soothing here. The fire crackles, a small fire's chorus that keeps you company. You realize the warmth of the hearth warms more than your body. It warms your soul. The floor feels like a living part of the story, a subtle narrator. You think about the mane, like you are a child in a magical forest. The moss and the hearth seem to talk, a soft dialogue of nature. You pause, letting the silence fill the space, like a pause in music. The silence is comforting, a gentle blanket for your mind. You think of the sheep outside, their woolen coats shimmering behind curtains. You imagine the shepherd's voice, soft, calling the sheep home. The sound fills the house, a gentle lull. You see the moss as a soft bed, a cushion for thoughts. You sense a gentle hand guiding you to restful breathing. You feel the moss shifting subtly, like a sigh. The floor's green is calming. It feels like a natural meditation aid. You smile, thinking of how ordinary moss can become a part of life. The hearth is a slow heart beating in the room, warm and steady. You feel the rhythm, a pulse matching your breathing. The fire and moss and pine, sent together, create a soothing atmosphere. A subtle question lingers. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid was built by aliens or by clever engineers. Your mind humors this debate, but the hut remains unchanged. A quick joke surfaces. Even pyramids couldn't outshine this cozy fire. Your laugh is soft, mingling with the crackle. You focus on the sound of the hearth, the gentle flicker. You smell pine and smoke in a blend that feels like a hug. You think of the old stories told by the shepherd about mountains and patience. You think of how patience shapes mountain paths, a truth that lives in moss. You feel your shoulders relax, the moss supporting. The floor is the only thing pressing gently under your weight. The fire glows like a friend, not demanding, but encouraging. Even in this quiet, you notice the world outside moving, a distant hum. The world keeps turning, but inside the hut, you feel safe. You sense the moss is like an old wise friend, not demanding, but comforting. You listen to the sound of the wind through pine branches. The breeze carries a faint song, like a secret choir. You feel the subtle energy of the earth vibrating through the floor. The moss is alive. It shivers with each breath of air. You feel your body surrendering to this calm, accepting. The fire whispers in low tones, a lullaby for the heart. The moss listens, soft and unafraid. You hear a distant rooster call, far, faint, barely audible. The call is a reminder that time keeps moving outside. You feel content, as if living in a story you can feel. You imagine the hearth as a small lighthouse, guiding you home. The moss underfoot seems a living blanket, inviting you. You think of childhood, of sleeping on blankets, but this is new. You feel more comfortable on the moss than an ordinary blanket. The hushed wind, the gentle fire, the soft moss create a lull. You breathe in the pine, exhale the day's concerns. Your mind settles, a slow drift into relaxation. You notice the floor is still, every sound muted. You feel as if the moss is whispering, you are safe. The fire's glow remains steady, warm, steady. You pause, feeling a gentle tick from the hearth. You hear a tick-tock rhythm, like a heart, but slower. You imagine the tick as the rhythm of the universe. The moss continues to cradle your steps. The light from the hearth bounces on the floor's texture. You observe your breath, slow, steady, matching the fire's rhythm. You feel the earth beneath you, solid, supportive. The moss feels like a living soft pad, a cushion for your feet. You think of the shepherd's stories of wind-blown mountains. The mountains speak of patience, but you hear them in the moss. The hearth is a small firework of light, not loud. The pine scent stays present, a gentle perfume. You sense that, as the day fades, the moss becomes the centerpiece of calm. You realize this hut is a small sanctuary for your thoughts. You feel your mind calm, like a pond before storm. The moss underfoot, like a green blanket, keeps you grounded. You think of the shepherd watching, a friendly presence. You feel a sense of gratitude for the simple beauty. You notice the floor's stillness, as if time paused. You become aware that each breath goes deeper, the fire's light deeper. You feel your heart slowing with the fire's steady burn. The moss feels like a cushion that never gives up. You think of the ancient Roman concrete made from goat milk, a fact that surprises. You chuckle softly, mixing modern knowledge with the moss. The hearth's steady flame is a small beacon, a soft guiding star. The wind outside whispers a lull, like a gentle hum. You feel the moss shift with your breathing, a dynamic support. The pine scent, smoky fire, wooden floor, all blend in harmony. You are in a place where silence is not a void, but a presence. You think of a witty anecdote. Sleeping on moss is like lying on a cloud of memory. A quiet chuckle escapes you. You hear the fire's crackle, a comforting song. The moss's texture is warm, like a soft towel. You feel a gentle pulse under your feet, steady like a drum. The wind outside hums a low tune, a lullaby for the night. Your mind becomes a garden, the moss a fertile seedbed. The firelight dances, painting shadows that move like soft breath. The smell of pine, the scent of smoke mingle in a warm bath. You feel the floor's support, as if it's hugging you. You realize the hut is built of story and smell, a living memory. You feel comfortable, the moss steady as a metronome. You think of a quick joke about a shepherd's prayer to the wind, "Please stop blowing." You pause, inhaling pine, exhaling tension. The floor is a living cushion, a soft cushion that moves with air. The fire's glow keeps you from freezing, not so cold. The moss holds each breath, each footfall, like a memory keeper. You feel the comfort of being in quiet. The wind outside is a lull, a soft hum. You think of the shepherd's stories continuing, a narrative unfolding. You feel ready, heart still, thoughts drifting. The moss stays calm, offering a cushion on the floor. The fire continues to crackle, a lull in the room. You sigh softly, as if letting go of the day. The wind outside, a sigh that follows. You feel a sense of connection to the hill beyond. The floor remains calm, steady as a bed. The moss offers a gentle presence, as if it watches. You imagine the shepherd humming to the wind humming back. You feel the calm, the stillness. You think of the world beyond, but here, the hut keeps you safe. You sense the fire's warmth seeding your thoughts. The moss underfoot is a living cushion, soft under your feet. You breathe slowly, feeling the pine's scent fill your lungs. You hear a distant tick, like a heartbeat of the earth. The fire's glow is steady, a soft lantern. The moss remains a quiet witness, a silent observer. You feel you have found a place where breath is gentle. The wind outside whispers a lullaby for your mind. You think of how you would tell a story about this hut to an audience. The story would start with you step onto moss. The story continues with calm breath and warm fire. The story ends with the lullaby of the mountains. You realize the hut is a small piece of a bigger dream. You feel the peace, the calm, the gentle weight of the moss. The fire is the beating heart of the space. You feel gratitude, a soft bloom in your chest. The moss is soft, the hearth warm, the wind calm. You stay, letting the quiet nurture your thoughts. The room keeps you safe, as if a quiet friend is near. The fire crackles, a small drum that keeps rhythm. The pine scent lingers, a comforting presence. The moss is a living blanket, a cushion that feels like sleep. You breathe, the world outside slows, the hut keeps you. You feel the pulse of the earth through the floor. You sit on the moss, the fire beside, the wind through pine. You realize this place is a small haven in a big world. The moss supports, the fire whispers, the wind hums. You breathe slowly, feeling the earth in your chest. You pause, letting the silence settle. The silence is not a void, but a feeling of safety. You think of the shepherd watching, and you smile. You hear the moss shift, gentle, like a sigh. The fire continues to burn small, a steady rhythm. The wind outside hums, a lullaby that is a quiet promise. You notice the moss's softness under your feet is like a pillow. You think of the ancient Roman concrete fact and smile. You think the moss is like an older memory of the earth. The hut, a sanctuary, contains you. The fire is the heart, the moss the arms, the wind whispers. The room gives a gentle embrace, and you are ready to let the day's noise fade. You feel a quiet release, the mind cooling, breathing deeper. The moss remains a living cushion, steady and forgiving. The fire remains steady, warm, a small lantern. The pine scent continues, mixing with wood smoke. The wind whispers, the mountain echoes. You let the breath flow, slow, steady, matching the fire. You are calm, you are safe, you are here. The hut holds you, the moss under your feet, the fire by your side. The world outside is a distant echo, and you are in peace. You feel the hush close over you, and you breathe in. You feel the moss, the hearth, and the wind in your chest. You feel yourself drifting into the soft day. The hush, the fire, the moss, the wind, a lullaby of the night. You feel the heart beat slow, the mind calm, the body relaxed. The pine scent, the fire, the moss, the wind, a gentle cradle. The silence, warm, is a promise for tomorrow. You feel that promise, and you smile. The hush carries you forward as the day ends. You step onto the mossy floor, and each footfall feels like a soft blanket. The floor, a living tapestry of moss, hums beneath your feet. You notice a faint lullaby drifting from a loose stone behind the hearth. That stone, older than the iron smelters of 19th century Basque valleys, feels ancient. A breeze slips past the cracked window, carrying the scent of rosemary and burnt wood. You inhale and feel the world outside blur into a soft, melodic haze. The room breathes, every creak a syllable of an ancient poem. You sense the hush holding the past, like a secret wrapped in wool. You remember a quiet lull you felt during a summer night in the mountains. That lull carried the rhythm of distant bells and the soft Here, that rhythm becomes a hush that cradles your thoughts. You close your eyes, allowing the silence to speak louder than words. You sense a faint echo of a story, one about a monk who claimed to hear sheep speak. That monk, it says, used invisible ink to write prayers on a stone wall. Today, the words whisper through cracks, reminding you of unseen faith. You feel the room's past pulse, like a drummer counting steady beats. A strange rumor floats in the air. Historians still argue whether the earliest Basque alphabet stems from Phoenician script. You chuckle softly, recalling a quirky belief that mountain spirits hum lullabies to shepherds. You feel the hearthlight flickering, painting shifting shadows over the mossy floor. These shadows dance like whispers, keeping time with your slow breaths. Your breath sinks, aligning with that rhythm, a syncopated lullaby. The walls seem to whisper, their creaks a steady accompaniment. It feels as if the hut is a living poem, each breath an ode. You pause, listening to the hush that threads through the room. The hush is thick, yet soft, like a cotton blanket of night. You imagine a child wrapped in this blanket, breathing slowly. That image dissolves, and you return to your own breath. The light from the hearth softens into amber, like a slow sunset. You hear the subtle shift of the fire, its smoke curling like a sigh. The smoke trails up, scattering in the air, a silent dancer. The hut breathes in sync, as if its breath matches yours. You find comfort in the rhythm of breathing, a quiet metronome. Each inhale feels like a deep river, each exhale like a mountain wind. The words of the story settle, like sediment in a slow flow. You feel the story wrap around you, a quiet blanket. The hushed wind outside becomes a choir of distant stars. You breathe, and the stars seem to hum in answer to your calm. The room's quiet grows deeper, a black velvet of stillness. You feel the moss pulse, a heart beating beneath your feet. You hear a soft crackle, like a distant camp fire echoing. The crackle mingles with the wind, forming a lullaby of fire and breeze. Your body relaxes, allowing the pulse of the hut to carry you. A quiet smile spreads, as if the hut shared a secret laugh. You notice the small crack along the floor, an old scar. It seems to glow in the firelight, revealing hidden warmth. You think of a stone mason who left his mark, hidden. That hidden mark whispers a secret lull, saying rest now. You feel the breath of the past, a gentle sigh of stone. The hut's walls absorb your thoughts, releasing them quietly. You close your eyes again, floating in a world of soundless music. The soundless music is the rustle of moss and the flames' hush. The rustle sounds like a conversation between tree and stone. You imagine a tree telling stories to a stone that listens. The conversation is slow, full of patience, like a slow song. You feel calm, as if you were in a dream where time stretches. The hut's door creaks softly, a sigh welcoming you inside. You step within, feeling a steady pulse of warmth. The hearth glows, a steady heart that beats in sync. You think of the ancient Roman concrete fact goat milk in builders. That fact seems distant, yet it whispers through the walls like a memory. You inhale the scent of pine, a signal that nature still speaks. Your breath deepens, each inhalation a step through the past. You feel the weight of history, a gentle presence at your back. The moss underfoot sighs, as if telling you a secret lull. The hushed wind outside turns into a lull that lulls you. Your eyelids grow heavy. The world outside blurs. You settle deeper into the comfort of moss and fire. The firelight flickers, painting a moving landscape of shadows. The shadows glide across the walls, as if dancers in a slow ballet. Each movement syncs with your breathing, a soft metronome of life. The room's silence grows louder, louder than a whisper. You feel as if the hut is a living lull, a cradle for mind. Your mind drifts, drifting into a gentle ocean of sleep. The moss under your feet is the bed, the fire the lamp. You pause, listening to the hush that wraps around you. The hushed hush seems to have grown into a blanket. You feel ready to step into sleep, a gentle drift. You sense the air thicken like a slow brew of chamomile. A faint scent of cloves slips in, reminding you of winter markets. The memory of spice travels through the walls, a comforting ghost. You smile, laughing as the wind tickles your cheek. The wink of a firefly passes by, a tiny bright note. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling the night crawl near. Your inner voice whispers, "You're safe here, my friend." The hush around you thickens, like a blanket made of silence. The smell of ash and wet earth rises, mixing with pine. You pause, letting the scent settle, grounding your thoughts. A sudden rustle echoes, as if an unseen creature whispers. It sounds like a small drum, beating a lullaby in the dark. You feel the rhythm of the hut matching your pulse. Each breath you take syncs with the crackling fire's hum. You realize you are part of a silent choir, breathing together. The choir sings softly, a hymn for weary travelers. You grin, thinking of the shepherd's prank. "Please stop blowing, wind." The wind replies, a gentle rustle that feels like applause. The applause echoes through the walls, a quiet applause of the earth. You feel the earth's lull, steady and patient, like a storyteller. You close your eyes again, drifting between real and dream. The hut's walls pulse, a gentle thrum that keeps you grounded. You notice the faint glow of a distant firefly's swarm. The swarm lights up the room, a living constellation. The light flickers, a soft drumbeat of nature's pulse. Your mind drifts, floating on a blanket of moss. You feel the world outside thin, almost an afterthought. The hushed wind carries the scent of distant rain, soothing. You smile, content, knowing the hut remembers your heart. You hear a small trickle of water, as if the hut is breathing. The trickle's rhythm is steady, a gentle guide toward sleep. You feel your feet sink deeper into the moss, cool and soft. The moss offers a cushion that swallows your worries. You hear an old lullaby whispered by the stone, a secret tune. You feel the tune wrap around your thoughts, soothing. The hut's silence thickens, a silent blanket that protects. You close your eyes fully, surrendering to the hush. Your breath slows, each inhale a gentle river. You feel the river of calm flow through you. The hut, stone, moss, fire, wind, all align, a symphony of rest. You drift, the world outside fading into a distant memory. The firelight flickers like a distant star, guiding you inward. You feel the moss breathing, rhythmic, as if singing with the night. The night itself seems to breathe, each breath a lull. You listen to the hush, a melody that calms every muscle. Your muscles relax, each one surrendering to the quiet. The room's silence is a gentle tide, pulling you deeper. You feel a sense that the hut has become a friend. You breathe in, exhale, slipping into dreams. And the quiet exchange of Proverbs starts again, soothing your sleeping mind. You hear the distant echo of sheep bells, gentle as a lull. The echo trails, fading into a soft resonance that feels like a lull. A whisper of memory floats, reminding you of the shepherd's laugh. You realize your thoughts now drift like a soft cloud. The cloud of thought settles, a calm companion to the moss. The fire's glow becomes a beacon, a quiet star in the hut. You feel a soft vibration in the stone, as if a stone keeps heartbeat. The heartbeat syncs with your pulse, gentle and steady. You notice the wall pattern, a spiral that spirals like breath. The spiral guides you, leading toward deeper rest. You pause, feeling the hush cradle you, a hug from the walls. The hug feels firm yet tender, like a lullaby. A feather from the shepherd's flock, now a small feather, floats down. You catch the feather, feeling it warm against your palm. The feather tickles, a light joke from nature. You smile, hearing your laughter echo in the hush. The echo of laughter softens, blending with the fire's hum. The fire's hum blends with the wind's whisper, a soothing chord. You feel a gentle tide lapping at your mind, washing stress away. The tide's calm, like a lull that gently pushes you into sleep. Your eyelids droop, the last breath leaving you in peace. The last sentence of the hut's story drifts into quiet. Your heart settles, ready for dreams to carry you away. You lift your weight onto the wool rug. A faint crinkle echoes beneath your heel. Snow muffles outside, yet the rug keeps the chill at bay. The fibers flex like breath, welcoming you home. Your footsteps become a gentle rhythm in the quiet hearth-lit room. Each step unravels a soft sigh, as if the rug is sighing too. It comforts your legs, soothing the mind like a lullaby, and you laugh, a soft chuckle at the absurdity of this comfort. The wool remembers every grain of dust it has once held. It has cradled countless weary travelers, including you today. An old shepherd once claimed the rug could hear your heartbeat. That idea feels oddly true as the rug warms. Historians still argue whether the earliest Basque alphabet stems from Phoenician script. You smile, realizing how small words can grow vast mysteries. That debate adds texture, a sprinkle of spice to the night's calm, like an unexpected seasoning on a humble stew. On a recent trek, you saw a small goat wearing a wool cape. The goat pranced, its tail flicked, and you wondered if that was fashion. In reality, the goat's fleece attracted more snow, a quirky tidbit. You imagine it as a snow-trapped magician. The rug's fibers whisper stories from a time before digital screens. Their surface glimmers with tiny flecks of mineral dust. You trace them with your fingertips, feeling the history under your touch. The moment feels strangely sacred. A breeze rattles the window, bringing an icy scent. It mingles with the scent of pine and firewood. Your breath follows the rhythm of the wind, slow and steady. The rhythm is a secret lull that wraps around the room. Your legs sink into the soft pile, a cushion for tired bones. The wool acts like a pillow for your feet, grounding each step. This sensation reminds you of childhood naps on grandma's lap. And you smile, feeling the comfort cascade through your limbs. The thin snow outside glows under the moon's pale light. It reflects like broken glass, scattering silver across the valley's edge. Inside, the wool rug keeps that cold away, a barrier of warmth. The contrast is almost poetic, a quiet symphony of warmth and chill. The rope that once cradled the shepherd's sleeping bag sways slightly. The rope's texture is rough, yet soft, like sandpaper made of memory. You feel the tug of time, as if the rope remembers every sigh. That memory gives the room life, breathing through the nights. The Roman Empire built roads across Europe, a testament to disciplined logistics. The room's silence thickens, yet it feels inviting, not empty. The walls hum a low tune from years of firelight. You close your eyes, letting the hum become a lull. Your heart follows the beat, slowed, settled. The rug's pattern is simple, a geometric dance of circles and lines. It mirrors the stars outside, scattered in dark velvet. You imagine each circle a small galaxy, swirling gently. The pattern draws your mind into a gentle orbit. Outside, a distant owl calls, echoing through the pine trees. The call slices through the quiet, a natural metronome for sleep. Your inner ear hears the click, the pulse of the forest. You breathe, matching the owl's rhythm. A memory surfaces, a childhood blanket made of wool. That blanket was soft as clouds, warm like a sunbeam inside. The thought triggers a wave of contentment, a gentle wave. You feel the same softness under your feet right now. The wool on your feet now feels like a tiny hug. It embraces you, making the room feel like a cradle. The subtle pressure steadies your breathing, a meditation guide. You nod, grateful for this simple gift. Light flickers from the hearth, a steady flame dancing. The flame's orange glow mirrors the color of the wool's underside. The hearth and rug share a visual harmony, comforting to the eyes. You focus on the glow, letting it soothe. The wind carries faint echoes from the mountains beyond. Those echoes remind you how small you are, how vast the world is. Yet the rug keeps you anchored, a small island of warmth. The balance feels almost divine. In the corner sits a wooden chest filled with dried herbs. The herbs whisper a fragrance of chamomile and rosemary. The scent travels through the wool, binding the room together. You inhale, feeling calm spreading. The wool rug's edges fray slightly, yet they are worn with grace. That fraying is a reminder that even wear can bring comfort. The worn corner is a mark of time, a story in itself. You sense the rug acknowledges your presence, acknowledging your arrival. The snow outside keeps growing a silent sheet of white. Inside, the rug keeps your body warm, a steady fire. You note the contrast, the dance of cold outside and warmth inside. That dance is your own personal meditation. A small cup of hot tea sits by the hearth. The steam rises, curling into soft patterns. The steam mixes with the wool's scent, a cocktail of calm. You take a sip, feeling the warmth travel up. The gentle clatter of the hearth pots syncs with your breathing. Each clatter is a subtle drumbeat, a lull for the nervous system. Your senses align with this rhythm, a quiet dance. You feel a subtle shift in tension. The rug folds into itself like a hand cupped over a cup. Its softness feels like a protective shell around the room. That shell invites your mind to slip into gentler flows. You let go of the outside world closing in. Inside the hut, shadows slide across the floor at night. The shadows move slowly, like slow, moving jellyfish in sea. The motion sinks with the wind, a slow wave of darkness. You feel drawn into the rhythm. The rug's fibers hold remnants of past footsteps. They are faint, but there, tracing a silent path. You imagine walking that path through years of winter. Each step echoes the quiet. You pause to listen to the subtle humming of the hearth. That hum is an old lullaby of flames, a gentle song. It weaves into the wool's breath, a lull for the whole space. You feel it soothing your mind, a lull in a living room. On the window rim, a feather sits waiting, seeming to have a story. The feather is dusty, glints tiny snow crystals. You pick it up, feeling the soft flake in your fingertips. It tickles lightly, a joke from the wind. The feather's texture is like a whisper, a memory of a winter flight. It reminds you that the wind knows secrets. You close your eyes, letting the feather's story merge with the wool. The room grows quieter, but the feeling of warmth remains. The lantern rests on a weathered wooden shelf, its glass rim worn by years of dusk. As the lamp begins to glow, soft amber washes over the walls, like sunrise caught in amber. Every flicker sends dancing shadows across the floor, woven patterns that feel like whispered lullabies. You, sitting on a creaky seat, watch as the shadows mingle with the cracks in the stone. The air carries the scent of sandalwood, mingling with the faint echo of distant trout in the river. A gentle breeze sneaks through the cracked window, teasing the lantern's flame into a playful dance. You chuckle softly, thinking if this lantern were a comedian, it would have a punchline in every flicker. The room hums a low, comforting noise, like a playlist of midnight jazz that never stops. Your ears catch the low hum of the hearth, blending with the lantern's subtle glow. The lantern's interior is lined with a rough, hand-woven canvas, absorbing sounds and light alike. You feel the tactile surface under your palm, a subtle reminder of ancient craft. The lantern's glow feels like a firefly's cluster, tiny stars kept in glass. A firefly would feel a bit smug, seeing itself reflected in such a grand display. Yet the lantern remains humble, a soft beacon guiding footsteps, not a superstar. You notice the subtle warmth that settles behind the glass, like a secret invitation to stay. I know you're probably thinking, did I just enter a time capsule? And that's fine. The lamp's patience reminds you of a slow-moving, but relentless, a streaming video cue. You chuckle again, this time the sound echoing in the old stone walls. The lantern's flame curls like a wave, painting the floor with a trembling light dance. You lean into the light, feeling the heat gently brush your neck, a soothing caress. The rhythm of the flame matches the rhythm of your breathing, a match made in quiet. If the room had a mood ring, it would glow deep amber like the lantern's flame. The joke is that colors are just light moods, and this one is a sleepy storyteller. I watched a documentary on Basque shepherds using fire on wool, wondering if the flame matched this lantern. A myth says a lantern, flickering 3 times, invites a playful wind to dance around. Imagine the wind doing a silly twirl like a kitten chasing a mouse made of starlight. Historians still argue whether ancient Basque songs were used in lantern festivals as a form of ritual light. Each beat calms the nervous system like a soft whisper. The lantern's metal frame, formed from old iron, carries centuries of cold, yet feels warm in the glow. Remember the goat. Its snort was the first laugh, a reminder that even fire is playful. If you're reading this, you're probably looking for a calm pause. This script is that pause. An age-old tradition says shepherds would leave a small lantern by the door, a guardian against darkness. You laugh because why would any creature in such a place be afraid of a little light? In this hut, the lantern isn't a simple object, but a beacon of hope, a story in light. Its flame dances like a tiny star, refusing to fade, reminding you that light can live anywhere. It's like a tiny cosmic party in the corner, and you're the only invited guest. Watching this on a sleepy night feels like someone whispering, just breathe and let the light guide. The wind around the lantern's base sighs, blowing as if the old stories are whispering to you. The scent of aged oak grows richer, as if the room remembers every footstep of the past pilgrims. The only thing louder than the wind is your own heartbeat, which you count silently, like a metronome. Imagine if the lantern's light could move, dancing to your thoughts. But for now, it stays steady. The first known use of glass, made in ancient Persia, shows humanity's love for light. So next time you're in a dark room, you can brag, I have a lantern that outshines stars. As you settle into the comfort, the lantern becomes a quiet anchor in the flow of night. The ancient Romans are known for their concrete, a material that still withstands centuries of weather. The wind curls around the lantern, each breath a gentle pulse. The lantern hums softly, its flame a steady beat. The glow fades not, but softens, turning into silk against the shadow. The soft thread of light seems to weave through the air like a silver ribbon. You feel your mind drifting, guided by the lantern's steady pulse. A sudden quiet falls, as if the night itself pauses for a breath. In that moment, you realize the simplest light can be the most profound companion. The lantern, humble and unwavering, holds the room in a gentle hug. You hear the distant chime of a village bell, distant but familiar. It punctuates the quiet, reminding you that time stretches like a ribbon of light. You step outside into a dawn that smells of pine and fresh rain. The hills rise, silent sentinels that have watched centuries unfold beneath their slopes. You pause, breathing in the cool air, and let the silence fill your ears. Around you, the river's edge flickers with silver, mirroring the low rising sun. The air feels like a soft blanket, warm enough to let you stretch out. Your feet crunch on old stones, each click echoing faintly back. You feel the earth's heartbeat beneath you, steady and patient. From the ridge, a distant flock of sheep bleats in quiet rhythm. You notice a single goat nudging a moss-covered rock, curious. The goat's eye gleams, reflecting the morning light like a tiny mirror. You smile, think about the absurdity of watching a goat contemplate existence. The scenery shifts as a cloud drifts across, momentarily veiling the sun. It's a gentle reminder that even the sky knows when to pause. You inhale, feeling the mountain's scent, a mix of earth, pine, and distant lavender. The hills seem taller now. Their peaks are shrouded in mist. You lean into the wind, letting it brush your cheek like a friendly hand. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. That ridiculous recommendation is still a conversation starter. The wind carries a laugh. Perhaps the wind itself is a prankster. You listen to the low rumble of the earth, a lullaby in a world of stone. A distant shout of a shepherd cuts through the quiet, announcing his return. His silhouette appears, moving slowly across the meadow like a living shadow. He carries a basket of wool, the fibers shimmering in the dawn glow. You notice the basket's lining is a patchwork of colors, each telling a story. The shepherd's breath is visible as mist, blending with the morning air. He stops, smiles, and nudges the goat, as if greeting a friend. The goat snorts playfully, a small burst of life amid the stillness. The scene feels like a living postcard, except you're the one holding it. A light wind begins to stir the grass, turning it into waves of green. The sway feels rhythmic, reminding you of a gentle lull. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the earth vibrate under your feet. The rhythm of the hills matches your heart, slow and measured. You stretch, the muscles in your back sighing as they relax. A rustle from the bushes draws your focus back to the present. A squirrel darts across the path, disappearing behind a stone. The creature pauses, looks at you, and then resumes its journey. You think about how small life feels in comparison to the mountains. The mountain's vastness encourages you to breathe deeply and let go. Each inhale fills you with calm. Each exhale releases tension. You notice a faint scent of wildflowers, a subtle reminder of the forest. Light filters through the trees, dappling the ground with golden spots. The forest floor is soft, each step cushioned by leaves and moss. You feel the weight of the world lift slightly, replaced by serenity. A distant echo, perhaps a child's laugh, drifts across the valley. It mingles with the river's murmur, creating a harmonious soundtrack. You follow the sound, curious to see where it leads. The path winding through ferns leads toward a small clearing. Inside the clearing, a lone stone bench holds the place of rest. The bench's surface is smooth, worn smooth by generations of travelers. You settle onto the bench, feeling the cool stone under your shoulders. The bench offers a perfect view of the hills as they stretch to the horizon. The horizon glints with the early sun, painting the clouds pink. The clouds drift slowly, each movement a deliberate pause. You notice a flock of birds flying overhead, their wings a blur. Their flight pattern feels orchestrated, a dance in the sky. Your mind sifts through memories, letting them settle like leaves on water. You recall the last time you truly listened to nature's voice. The memory feels distant, yet it lingers like a soft echo. You wonder how long people have listened to these hills. You think of the Romans building roads across Europe that still exist today. The idea of history intertwining with present moment fills you with awe. You pause. What else connects the past to your current breath? Historians still argue whether the Basque were the first to adopt wind power in agriculture. Some Basque shepherds keep goats that can paint their own horns with natural pigments. The goats roam freely, each horn a tiny canvas of nature's art. You feel a surge of curiosity, imagining how that art changes with seasons. The hill's shadows grow longer, the light shifting toward golden hues. A gentle breeze curls around your fingers, as if the air itself is playful. You let the wind carry your thoughts like a kite on a breezy day. You chuckle softly, thinking that even the wind could use a vacation. A small bird lands on your shoulder, perching like a feathered friend. Its chirp is sharp, echoing the nearby babble of the river. The river's crystal waters reflect the sky, an infinite mirror. You stare at the reflection, seeing your face as if looking in a lake. The image changes with each breath, a living canvas of light. The hills seem to breathe along with you, their rhythm matching yours. You feel a sense of unity, a gentle bond with the land. The wind picks up, swirling leaves into tiny spirals around you. The leaves crunch softly beneath your fingertips, a natural percussion. You pause, feeling a faint vibration, perhaps the earth's heartbeat. The heartbeat is steady, steady, a reminder of life's continuity. You notice a distant mountain peak with a jagged silhouette. The peak glows with a faint orange, the early sun touching it. A sense of wonder grips you. You feel a child's excitement again. You smile, aware that this moment feels like a gentle revelation. You realize that time here slows, allowing thought to unfurl. The mountain's silence acts like a meditation guide, encouraging mindful breathing. You inhale through your nose, filling your chest with crisp air. You exhale slowly, feeling tension melt with each breath. The air smells subtly of pine resin and distant cedar. The scent grounds you, connecting you to the earth beneath. You open your mind, listening for the subtle whispers of wind. The wind carries sounds, a distant drum, a soft clatter of stone. It is almost as if the hills are telling stories through sound. You imagine the hills' stories as a collection of lullabies. The idea brings a gentle smile to your face, a light-hearted grin. You think of the joke about the goat's hat. Did it prefer wool or silk? The goat's hat is a simple, woolly scarf, knotted with care. You laugh, remembering a time when scarves mattered more than smartphones. The landscape is a living gallery, its colors shifting with the sky. The sky changes from pale blue to a blush of rose before noon. You feel the transition as a gentle wave pulling your thoughts. The waves ripple outward, touching every corner of your mind. You allow your breathing to match that gentle wave, slow, rhythmic. The rhythm feels soothing, like a lullaby sung by the earth. A distant sound, a shepherd's call, cuts through the calm. The call is deep, resonant, as if the earth itself sang. You listen, feeling the vibration in your chest, a subtle drumbeat. Your heart sinks, beating in harmony with the call. The call seems to carry a wisdom, a lesson tucked in rhyme. The words rhyme, but the meaning echoes deeper across the valleys. You imagine the shepherd singing while watching his sheep. The sheep graze, unaware of the melody humming above. The scene feels timeless, no technology, just nature's simple symphony. You smile, feeling your heart swell with gratitude. Gratitude rises like a gentle breeze, carrying you to calmness. You feel the mountain's presence, like a steady compass, guiding forward. The compass points toward the valley below, a place of rest. You walk toward it, steps guided by the mountain's patience. Each step unfolds like a scroll, revealing the path ahead. The path is rough, cobbled with ancient stones that still echo. You notice a pattern in the stones, a repeating spiral, almost magical. The spiral seems to invite you to keep walking. Never pause. You follow, feeling your mind ease with the rhythm. The road leads to a small grove, its trees standing like guardians. Their bark is rough, but their leaves whisper in the wind. A breeze runs through the grove, lifting a feather of dust. The feather lands on your palm, light as a sigh. You hold it, feeling its weight, no weight at all, just lightness. You breathe in its presence, letting it calm your thoughts. The grove feels like a secret sanctuary, wrapped in gentle hush. You sit by a stone near the trees, letting silence wash over. With each breathing pause, you feel more grounded. You think of the joke about the goat's scarf again, feeling amused. The goat's scarf is a comfort, simple, warm, and honest. The humor lingers, lightening your mind on this quiet journey. The mountain exudes a gentle confidence, encouraging you to relax. Its slope feels like a hammock for your thoughts. You close your eyes, hearing the river, wind, and distant laughter. The laughter is soft, like a lullaby with a hint of mischief. You feel the melody of all nature's sounds in a symphony. The symphony is a balm, soothing your mind to stillness. You sense the mountain's calm as a blanket draped over you. The blanket feels heavy, but not oppressive, just warm. You feel the warmth rise from your toes up to your head. The earth, sky, and horizon blend, forming a single serene field. Your vision softens, images becoming gentle shadows. The shadows play across the ground, dancing with the wind. You smile, feeling the joy of simple existence. A quiet gratitude washes over you, a tide of calm. The mountain's presence is a gentle teacher, guiding your breath. You settle in. A faint rustle of leaves begins to drape the air. You notice a distant flute hum, echoing from the hilltop far above. It feels like ancient whispers, stitched into the day's gentle rhythm. The rustle grows, as if the forest is breathing. Leaves dance, twirling around each other, a slow, deliberate waltz. You inhale the forest scent: pine, damp earth, tiny herbs. The scent grounds you, pulling thoughts toward stillness. The wind carries distant notes, a flute's soft, trilling call. You feel the past hum, resonating below the present earth. A gentle chime rises from a stone, echoing a long ago melody. The stone, touched by generations, holds memory like amber. You pause, letting the hum settle into your chest. Your heartbeat sinks subtly, matching the stone's slow rhythm. Historians still argue whether the earliest recorded hymn dates to the Neolithic period. Some scholars point to cave walls, others to village chants. Here, your mind listens without judgment, absorbing sound. A quirky legend says a Basque shepherd once used a goat's horn as a compass. The horn's curve, supposedly, aligns with unseen magnetic currents. You chuckle softly, imagining the goat nodding as directions unfold. The wind shifts, carrying a dry leaf across the hut's floor. The leaf's flutter mirrors the flute, echoing the wind's breath. Your fingers trace the worn floorboards, sensing history's pulse. Each board tells a story. Some mark sheep paths, others mark marriages. You feel proud, part of a lineage that listened. The sound of past grows louder, a comforting backdrop. You imagine a child, barefoot, chasing the flute's trail. The child's laughter joins the wind, a bright sparkle. You close your eyes, letting that image swirl. The hush of the hut wraps around you like a blanket. It's gentle, warm, not heavy, reassuring, like a lullaby. The distant flute sounds now a lull in the chorus. You lean back, feeling the mountain's stone floor beneath you. There is a subtle vibration, as if the earth breathes. Your body follows, syncing with that soft pulse. You let go of thoughts, They drift like leaves on water, a faint echo of applause, perhaps from a distant gathering. You imagine the people, young and old, listening to a shared story. Their laughter folds into the flute's tune, merging time. You can feel the collective heartbeat, slow and steady. The mountain's shadows lengthen as the sun climbs higher. You feel warm, a gentle caress from stone and sky. Your mind drifts to a Roman aqueduct, a marvel still standing. The engineers, brave and clever, paved pathways for living rivers. You hear their whispers through the stone walls. Each stone remembers the flow of time, a slow river carved into earth. You feel grateful for that engineered art, still breathing with you. The story of the past hums again under your ear. You open your eyes, eyes bright with quiet wonder. The hut's windows show the valley, painted in gold. The light slips through the cracks, a soft spotlight. The glow nudges your thoughts toward calm. You inhale a breath of mountain air, feeling sharp. You exhale, letting all tension slide like a feather. The flute's final note hangs, a promise of rest. You feel the hut's heart, steady as a drum. The rhythm carries you into peace, like a lullaby. You let the sound wash over you, gentle and deep. A soft tickle lingers, the echo of distant footsteps. You imagine an elder tapping rhythm on a wooden lid. The beat reminds you of your own pulse, slow and kind. Your head settles, feeling as smooth as river stones. You notice a small moth flutter, a living candle. It buzzes tiny, barely there like a secret lull. You smile, thinking of a moth's light in a dark room. The moth vanishes, leaving a soft breath behind. The hut feels alive, breathing with you in sync. The whisper of the past still echoes softly, a gentle reminder. You can hear the winds chuckle, a friendly ribbing. You relax deeper, letting the mountainside lull you. The sense of time melts, leaving only breath. You feel the horizon stretch, an endless blue band. You notice the sun's rays cutting the stone into gold. The glow kisses your forehead, a gentle kiss. You close your eyes again, the world shrinking. The night draws near, the sky turning pale. You taste the coolness of early dawn, a fresh sigh. The wind whispers lullabies to the moss. You lean back, letting the hum settle. The mountain exhales, a gentle sigh behind the clouds. You feel a pull toward the floorboard's rhythm. You sense the stones as a living pulse, steady as a heart. Your chest rises, your shoulders relax, your mind floats. The sound of the past remains, a steady, gentle current. You hear a distant owl, a soft click in the dark. It adds a layer to the lullaby, a nocturnal thread. You smile, recognizing the owl as guardian of night. You breathe, letting each exhale loosen tension. The hut hums, a lull that feels like a blanket. You let the blanket settle, wrapping around you. There is no rush, no rush. Only the gentle drip of water, the subtle pulse of stone, and the wind. The wind carries a memory of travelers, a scent of lavender. You inhale again, a breath of tranquility. The silence deepens like a river's bed. You sense that the hut is a vessel holding echoes. You feel your thoughts drift like birds at dawn. The mountain stands patient, guiding your breathing. You hear a distant drum, a rhythm of a lost culture. It hums in the background, a subtle chant. You notice each echo returning, a reminder of belonging. The earth below murmurs, its tone a deep blue lull. You listen, hearing your own heartbeat echoing in stone. A subtle wind sighs through the cracks. You let the sigh fill your lungs, a slow exhale. The quiet becomes a canvas, blank, ready for thought. You feel a lightness, as if you could float. The mountain's pulse guides you, gentle drum beneath skin. You notice the distant laughter of children playing. Their voices mix with the wind, forming a chorus. You smile, as if the world is laughing too. You hear the gentle tick of a watch, a metaphor for time. Time feels fluid, not rigid, a tide of moments. The wind carries a scent of distant olives, a Mediterranean blush. Your imagination fills the valley, a painting in motion. You inhale the scent, a memory of faraway lands. An old song floats, as if sung by the hills. You feel the song's rhythm in your chest, a drumbeat. It reminds you of simple joys, like a child's laugh. You breathe, letting the rhythm guide your sighs. The hut's walls breathe too, echoing faint knocks. Each knock seems to say, stay, rest, listen. You feel gratitude. The world feels like a gentle hug. The light dims, the shadows grow deeper. A cool breeze brushes your cheek, a soothing touch. You allow it, like a hand caressing skin. The mountain's voice is steady, not harsh. You surrender to the sound, a cradle of calm. A gentle lullaby creeps, woven in wind and stone. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, like blankets. The rhythm shifts, slowing to a heartbeat. You breathe in, hold, and exhale, synchronizing. You feel the world dissolve, a quiet tide pulling you deeper. All that remains is the soft hum of the hut. The sound swirls inward, a gentle ocean. You slide into the present, into stillness. The valley, the wind, the stone, one continuous breath. You breathe, hearing yourself, a rhythm in harmony. The lull of the past whispers, stay here, rest. You let that command sink, like stone into stone. You feel your body light, ready for sleep's embrace. The world softens further, a velvet blanket. The mountain hums a final chord, and you close your eyes. The last echo lingers, fading like sunrise. You feel the night settle, gentle and patient. You breathe, let go, the world becoming a lull. Your mind drifts, carried by the wind's lull. You smile inward, the night a soft blanket. You are here, listening to the quiet exchange. And the mountain, the wind, the hut echo gently, letting go. You let the final breath of the day slip away, and rest settles. You inhale the familiar hush that lingers in the hut's stone walls. The air tastes of pine and old wool. You pause, as if listening to your own pulse. A quiet reverence settles around you. You feel the floor of memory beneath your feet. Your mind drifts to a distant proverb. A phrase rises, echoing from a shepherd's throat. Patience shapes mountain paths, the voice whispers. Its syllables spread like moss over stone. You notice how the words feel heavy, like a pebble dropped into still water. You hear the ripple of their sound. They settle into the quiet of the room. They echo the silence of a morning prayer. You feel the Proverbs weight against your ears. It feels almost tangible, as if it were stone. A gentle echo repeats it in your thoughts. You sense the old Basque spirit lingering. The shepherd's voice seems to blend with wind. You imagine he was sitting beside a fire. The heat drizzled across his weathered skin. The proverb rang out in his clear voice. You feel the words imprint on your mind. The silence swells like a tide in the valley. You breathe in that calm, exhale slowly. The breath is a soft wave against your chest. You find your thoughts drifting. They rise like mist over the hills. The mountains seem to breathe with you. You feel the mountain's ancient rhythm. It pulses, steady as a heart. Your body relaxes into that pulse. You sense the path the proverb describes. It is a metaphor for your own journey. Each step you take mirrors a mountain trail. You walk this path inside your mind. The proverb reminds you that slow progress wins. You chuckle softly at the thought. The joke comes from the shepherd's bemused grin. He teased that patience is better than rushing. The humor lingers like a cool breeze. You imagine the shepherd waving a goat's horn. That horn had been a compass to wanderers. Humor flows like water down a creek. You feel the story's subtle warmth. The proverb is a gentle hug. You sense a quiet camaraderie with the shepherd. You think of the shepherd's companion goats. They moved as if in perfect harmony. Their presence feels like a lullaby. You focus on the shepherd's steady breathing. It sounds like a drumbeat of calm. A main historical fact rises from your thoughts. The Romans built a road across the Alps over 2,000 years ago. You compare that enduring path to our silent prose. You notice how stone and story merge. A quirky fringe tidbit appears in your mind. Some monks claimed goats recited poetry in their sleep. You smile at the absurdity of it. You remember that one bizarre theory about goats. You chuckle again at the image. History's debates swirl quietly around the proverb. Historians still argue whether the proverb originated with shepherds or merchants. Your mind drifts to that lively academic debate. The question hums like a distant flute. You listen closely, like a listener in a quiet forest. The debate feels gentle, not heated. It's like a whisper in a dark room. You breathe in the calm. The proverb rests like moss on old stones. Its presence is comforting. You feel it settle like a blanket over your thoughts. You notice the word patience resonating. It feels like a promise of gentle guidance. You think of the mountain's slow growth. Each peak rises over centuries. You imagine the mountain's slow hands shaping the world. Your mind turns to the calmness of the proverb. It feels like a teacher in a quiet hall. You remember the sound of the shepherd's voice. It echoes through the hut's wooden beams. You feel warmth in the quiet. The warmth spreads like a slow tide. You focus on your breath. Inhale, exhale, steady as a stone. Your breathing syncs with the mountain's pulse. You feel the mountain's wisdom. It whispers that progress is a gentle stream. You sense that each step you take is part of it. You smile at the idea that even a goat can guide a path. You chuckle at the thought of goats with compasses. The shepherd's humor lives in the proverb. You feel it as a laugh in your chest. You lean back against the stone wall. The coolness of the stone comforts you. You can feel the ancient vibrations under the floor. They hum softly. The proverb feels like a lullaby for the heart. You notice how the words feel like soft cotton. They wrap your thoughts in calm. You feel the proverb's impact like a gentle wind. It rustles leaves in the imagination of the hut. The air shivers with the old Basque lore. You feel the story of the shepherd. His voice is a conduit for timeless wisdom. You feel the echo of the mountains. They remind you that all paths are slow rivers. You breathe in the hush again. You breathe out, feeling lighter. A joke about the shepherd's goats arises. Someone once said goats wear sunglasses. You find the image amusing. You imagine a goat squinting into a sunrise. The image flutters in your mind. You smile, letting the humor settle. You focus on the proverb again. Its words resonate with your own journey. You imagine you are walking that mountain path. It is slow but steady. Each footfall is deliberate. You feel the stability of each step. Your heart feels like a drum. It beats in sync with the path. You hear the proverb as an inner guide. It offers calm during rapid change. You think of the shepherd's patience. He waited for the right time to guide goats. You see a parallel. You see patience in your own life. You inhale calm. You exhale restless thoughts. You feel the proverb wrap like a blanket. It pulls you into a serene space. The stone walls feel alive. They hum with the same rhythm. You pause, acknowledging the harmony. You feel a sense of belonging. The mountain's silence comforts you. You notice the proverb's message. Patience helps shape your own path. You feel confidence rise. The idea that small steps matter. You smile at the truth. You think about the past and future. You see the proverb again. You feel the soothing cadence. The story of the shepherd remains. His voice still lingers. The hut remains an echo chamber. You sense the sound of the mountain beneath your skin. You feel it in your bones. Your breathing deepens further. You hear a bird call softly in the distance. Its tune blends with the proverb. You feel the harmony. You relax into the stillness. You keep listening to the words. They feel like a gentle wave. You keep hearing them. You feel the proverb's reassurance. It whispers that every step is part of a larger journey. You remember that debate again. Historians still argue whether the proverb was a gift from wolves or shepherds. You find the debate interesting. It keeps the story alive. You think of the mountain's slow building. You think of the river that carved the path. You connect that to your own life. You feel you are part of the same process. You feel calm and steady. You inhale the scent of pine once more. You exhale a slow breath. The proverb is still there. It feels like a quiet hand on your chest. You smile at the shepherd's patience. You imagine he would smile at you. The silence in the hut is complete. You feel the sense of a quiet exchange. You know that this calm is enough. You trust the mountain's patience. You trust the path's slow shaping. You find comfort in this rhythm. You feel the proverb's weight gently. You feel the soft weight that lifts you. You feel the mountain's ancient breath. You feel a whisper of the past. You remember the goats once wearing sunglasses. You giggle softly and relax. You feel a gentle chuckle echo through the silence. You taste the coolness of morning. You breathe steady. You settle deeper. The proverb's cadence continues. It is your lullaby. It is a reminder that time is gentle. You feel the mountain's slow rhythm in your heartbeat. It matches your pulse. You can feel it in your breath. The proverb keeps humming. The mountain stays calm. You stay calm. You see the path ahead, a path of patience. You feel a sense of anticipation. You welcome this quiet. You feel the proverb as a soft promise. It guides your steps. You walk the path with confidence. Your footfalls echo softly. Each step feels like a conversation with the mountain. You listen to its response. The mountain whispers back. It answers with calm. Your mind is at ease. You stay in the hut. The walls exhale comfort. The wind keeps whispering. Your breathing sinks. You feel the harmony of it all. You find a sense of closure. You feel you have learned the proverb's truth. Your heart is calm. You feel the mountain's patience is your own. You feel ready to rest. You close your eyes at the end. The sound drifts away softly. You let the silence keep you. You trust the mountain's path. You trust the shepherd's wisdom. You feel the harmony of the hut, the wind, and the mountain. You are one with the quiet exchange. You feel the mountain's heartbeat, deep and steady, like a distant drum. Your breath sink, drawing you into a circle of calm. A faint breeze lifts a parchment, old words fluttering to your feet. You lower your hand, touching the paper, feeling its roughness. It reads, "Patience is the lantern that guides the lost." The words sit in your mind, echoing the first proverb. You smile, the paper trembling in your hand like a sleepy rabbit. The rabbit joke lingers, and you shake your head to silence it. You close the parchment, folding it carefully as if sealing a secret. You place it beside the hearth, a new layer added to the story. The fire crackles, its light dancing across the page, breathing life. You feel the heat wrap around, tightening a soft embrace. Your mind drifts to a distant market, traders exchanging stories. He was a man who carried goat riddles on his tongue. You chuckle, the sound echoing like a small bell in the room. The bell jangle reminds you the shepherd's goats were curious. Curiosity is a companion, not a foe. The goat's lesson. You breathe in, filling lungs with the scent of pine and history. You feel the stone walls humming, older than the shepherd's first cry. The walls murmur softly, inviting you to listen closer. You lean forward, listening to the slow, rhythmic pulse of history. The pulse feels like a heartbeat, steady under your fingertips. The shepherd's voice echoes in your mind, a gentle instructor. It says, "When the wind whispers, follow its path." The wind's path is a gentle slope leading toward peace. You hear the wind again, whispering across a distant ridge. Your eyes close, allowing the wind's melody to carry you away. The wind carries memories, faint songs of ancestors in the valley. You feel a tug in your throat, a quiet urge to breathe. The breath becomes a lullaby, a soft refrain that soothes. You inhale deeper, drawing in the mountain's pure essence. You exhale slow, releasing tension like a cloud releasing rain. The cloud image is a gentle joke, reminding you that tension evaporates. The shepherd's laughter returns, a light murmur at the hearth. He chuckles, saying the goats needed a wind check before eating. You grin. The image of goats dancing in a breeze fills the room. Your grin fades into serenity, the room calming deeper still. The hearth's light flickers, painting shadows that shift like thoughts. You notice the shadows dancing on the wall, playful and slow. A soft knock on the door echoes, but no one is outside. You hear a whisper in the darkness, a call to stay. You listen. The whisper feels like a promise of safety. The whisper fades, but the feeling of protection lingers. You feel the earth holding your feet, steady beneath your skin. The earth is a friend, breathing with you, sharing secrets. You breathe deep, a slow inhale, a peaceful exhale. The exhale carries the noise of the outside world away. The outside world feels far, like a distant dream. You look out the narrow window, seeing only a forest silhouette. The silhouette is soft, like a picture in a lullaby. You feel the forest breathing, a slow, deep breath of green. Your breathing aligns with the forest, a natural rhythm humming through stone. You inhale, feeling the forest's coolness like a gentle tap. You exhale, releasing tension like leaves rustling in the wind. You feel the wind as a soft whisper, guiding the path. The path is quiet, a gentle thread through the wilderness. You walk along the thread, each step resonant with the hymn of land. You pause, feeling the ground pulse beneath your feet. You recall the proverb again, its light guiding your way. The guiding light, like a lantern, leads you forward. You notice a small stone with carvings, older than the hut. You touch it, feeling the texture smooth and worn. The carvings depict a goat and a wind, a playful reminder. You smile, realizing the goat again carries a comedic spirit. You feel the stone's coolness, refreshing your hand. You set the stone back on the hearth, a small talisman. The hearth's glow wraps around, a protective blanket of fire. You breathe, the fire's heat rising like a warm wave. You exhale, letting the heat wash away the last ounce of tension. The tension dissolves, leaving only gentle breath and steady pulse. You notice the goat's tail twitch, a rhythm matching the lullaby. The inner voice chuckles. I guess even goats need a metronome. You smile, realizing the quiet exchange feels like a secret handshake. The voice adds, humor is the shepherd's tool for patience. You inhale, feeling the warmth of moss under your feet. The conversation drifts, guiding your thoughts to the rhythm of leaves. You sense a breeze that carries distant melodies of villagers singing. The inner voice says, listen to the chorus. It tells stories beyond words. You let the sound guide you, feeling the hush deepen around you. The goat's head nods in agreement, the simple affirmation of listening. You feel your mind loosen, like a rope unspooling on a mountain trail. The inner voice smiles. You are an apprentice of silence now. You laugh softly, delighted by the title bestowed upon you. The conversation turns to the idea of grounding, how to anchor oneself without loss. The voice shares, ground yourself by feeling each footstep on earth. You do so, hearing the pine needles shiver under weight. The goat seems to nod approvingly, as if the earth is a good coach. You feel a warmth from the hearth, the room's pulse matching your heart. The inner voice says, feel the rhythm. That is the ultimate meditation. You allow the rhythm to merge with the murmur of the river. The river's sound, a distant hum, seems to sync your breaths. The inner voice adds, notice each inhale as a step, each exhale as a pause. You feel the inhale lengthen, creating a gentle stretching of consciousness. The exhale releases tension, like a cloud releasing rain into the valley. The conversation becomes a steady drip, a lull before the final rest. You pause, listening to the soft tick of a small wooden clock. The inner voice says, time flows, yet here we choose to pause. You let the seconds sink, feeling the stillness grow inside. The goat hums softly, a low note that seems to soothe the air. The inner voice chuckles. Even a goat's hum can be a lullaby. You smile, feeling the conversation settle into your bones like a gentle blanket. The voice whispers a question. Do you trust the wind's guidance? You nod, trusting the wind, its cool breath across your cheek. The inner voice smiles. It leads where the heart intends. You breathe again, inhaling the fresh scent of pine and wet stone. The conversation ends with a soft hum, a promise of continued companionship. You feel a gentle tug in your chest, a pull toward final rest. The goat curls closer, its body a warm, protective cocoon. The inner voice speaks softly. The world folds into silence if you surrender. You feel the last breath of the day slide into sleep. The goat's eyes close. The hearth's glow a lullaby of fire. The inner voice reminds you that warmth is a quiet companion. You inhale, breathing the soft crackle of wood into your lungs. The fire's hiss is like a whisper from another era. The conversation folds, a gentle curtain lowering over the mind. You release a sigh, a small release that echoes inside. The goat's soft snort signals the evening's comfort, a subtle applause. The inner voice gives a final nod, affirming the sacred pause. You feel the hush deepen, a blanket of silence over the room. The world outside mutters, but here only the hearth answers. You close your eyes gently, letting darkness slide in like a cloud. The goat's heartbeat syncs with yours, a rhythm of stillness. The inner voice whispers an invitation. Rest, dear traveler of thoughts. You surrender, knowing that the quiet conversation will return tomorrow. The goat's soft sigh is the last sound before sleep takes you. The inner voice sings soft. Sleep comes when hearts are calm. You feel a gentle tug toward dreams, a quiet wave pulling. You breathe out, letting go of all waking thoughts. The conversation dissolves into the night, a soft echo lingering. The goat curls tighter, the warmth a final protective bubble. The inner voice hums, sleep, close your eyes and trust the night. You feel the last breath of consciousness, a gentle fade. The goat's snore is a soft lull, a final benediction. The inner voice whispers, in this silence, we find our home. You drift, the world receding into a quiet tapestry of dreams. The conversation fades, allowing the heart to pulse softly in sleep. You are carried deeper, the silence a soft river guiding your mind. The goat sits beside you, a quiet guardian of the night. The inner voice whispers, the night has many stories, but tonight it listens. You surrender to the gentle hush, letting the world whisper away. The goat's breath becomes a slow, steady pulse. The inner voice says, sleep is the quiet heart that listens. You close your mind fully, a final pause before sleep. The conversation reaches its final bow, a soft nod to dreams. You feel the heart settle, a slow drum on the horizon. The goat's head rests against the stone, a steady, warm support. The inner voice hums. Sleep comes when souls are calm. You drift deeper, the night unfolding a gentle canvas. The conversation closes, a quiet hush settling over the hut. You are ready, heart calm, soul warmed by the goat's presence. The goat yawns, a small, warm wave of breath. The inner voice whispers, good night, traveler, find dreams as soft as a feather. You nod in agreement, your body surrendering to the darkness. The goat's breath lingers, a slow tide of calm. The inner voice gently fades, a soft echo of gratitude. You feel the world tilt toward slumber, a soft wave covering you. The goat's head settles, a final seal of peace over the night. The inner voice whispers, close your eyes, the night is a blanket. You breathe out once more, letting the night cradle your thoughts. The conversation dissolves, replaced by a quiet hush that carries you to sleep. You inhale, letting the hush settle like a feather on a still lake. Your breath turns into a slow beat, each inhale a gentle drum roll. The room dims, shadows grow, and the walls seem to lean closer. Nothing rushes here. Time folds like an old map. You feel the world shrink, a gentle compression of sound and thought. It's as if a quiet blanket wraps your mind, cushioning each pulse. Sitting in the corner, you close your eyes and listen, not to silence, but to the pause. Every exhale is a release, every inhale a promise of calm. The hush feels thick, a velvet rope that gently blocks outside noise. You can almost taste the cool scent of pine and damp stone. A faint crackle of fire dances in the corner, like distant fireworks of a long ago festival. You laugh softly. The joke about Basque huts having listening walls feels old school. It's a silly nod to the idea that silence might just be a suggestion. The goat, still curled, shivers a little, as if it too prefers quiet. You feel a soft gratitude swell up, as if the whole hut is thanking you for listening. Historians still argue whether the Library of Alexandria burned in a single fire or over years. That debate may seem distant, but it reminds you how fire shapes stories. You remember the Roman garum, the fermented fish sauce that once perfumed kitchens across the empire. It's a mainstream fact that Roman diners adored garum, even ordering extra for extra drama. The mention pops up like a pop-pop sound in a quiet scene, oddly delightful. In one quirky corner of the internet, people claim that the scent of fresh bread lifts moods. You roll your eyes at that anecdote, smile, and let the aroma seep into your breathing. The hush thickens further, as if the room decided to become a giant meditation cushion. You feel the edges of the world soften like a watercolor washed out painting. A subtle chuckle from the goat, a tiny snort of approval, punctuates the moment. Your mind becomes a mirror, reflecting quiet thoughts like polished wood. A faint joke surfaces. If silence were a currency, you're a billionaire. You chuckle, the sound mixing with the muffled crackle of fire. Every inhale feels like a warm cup of tea. Every exhale, a release of steam. Your eyelids grow heavier. Each blink a soft sigh, a wave of content. The goat's gentle snort becomes a lullaby, a reassurance that you are safe. You feel the final breath of the day dissolve into the blanket of night. The conversation lingers, a quiet echo that drapes around your thoughts, ready for sleep. You breathe in the moment, letting it settle like snow on a quiet hill. Your mind drifts, but the hush remains, a constant companion for tonight. You close your eyes fully, as if turning off a bright screen. The world outside the hut fades, replaced by soft twilight inside your chest. You feel safe, like a child wrapped in a blanket during a storm. The goat's body, steady, seems almost a living pillow, holding you steady. As you drift toward sleep, the hush around you becomes a lullaby for your soul. You keep breathing in, feeling the pulse of the hearth echo through your ribs. The heat from the flames tugs gently against the chill of night. You notice that each breath matches the rhythm of a lull like wave. A soft joke appears. If trees could talk, I'd hear them sigh about being trimmed. You chuckle, because even your sense of humor loves a quiet setting. The goat eyes blink slowly, each blink a slow count to relaxation. You picture those blinks as tiny clouds drifting across a blue sky. Your mind swallows the sound of the goat, creating a soft hum. That hum is like a low bass in a symphony of silence. In the distance, the river rushes louder, its roar almost a metronome. You think of how ancient Romans used river rhythms to time their chariots. That fact reminds you of the subtle power of nature's pulse. You let the river's roar dissolve into an echo of your own breathing. The goat snorts, a tiny percussion that adds to your mental score. You smile, knowing that tonight, the hut is your personal studio of calm. You begin to understand why Basque shepherds value quiet. They live with the rhythm of nature, not a schedule. The goat does not rush, only moves with gentle purpose. You let that observation settle, a warm, quiet affirmation in your chest. Your breath becomes steady. You feel the hush tightening like a shawl around your thoughts. The calm deepens, a gentle wave that washes over the inner self. You recall a curious belief that a single stone in a pond can grant wishes. You wonder if the goat's snorts might be its own version of that stone. The feeling is almost magical, like the hut itself is a wishing pool. You find comfort in this thought, a gentle reminder that calm can bring small miracles. The goat's ears twist toward your side, a subtle nod of approval. Your heartbeat syncs with the goat's subtle purr, a natural lull. You listen, breathing deeper, letting each inhale pull calm into your lungs. Your exhale follows, releasing tension like steam out of a hot bath. This cycle repeats, a gentle metronome for your mind. You realize the hush is a conversation you ask, and the hut answers. The response, a warm sigh from the embers, a whisper of contentment. You smile, feeling the story of the hut, goat, and yourself interweave. You laugh softly. The laughter, however, is a subtle sound, not a roar. The goat tilts its head, amused, as if to say, "Yes, that's the point." Your breathing deepens, as if the world wants to share this quiet dance. You find yourself humming an old Basque lullaby, a tune you never heard. But the rhythm is just your breath, the melody, your heartbeat. You let that thought settle, soft as a feather on your chest. You hear the goats snort again, lullaby's second verse. The goat's snort becomes a gentle percussion to your quiet lullaby. You think of how lullabies soothe infants, how silence holds them. The hut feels like a giant cradle, rocking you into sleep. The goat's breathing syncs with yours, a duo of soft rustle and sigh. Your mind floats, not weightless, but light, like a feather on wind. You feel the weight of the day easing, like a stone leaving a basket. The blanket of hush covers your thoughts, soft as an evening quilt. You let your eyelids close, following the rhythm of the goat's sigh. When you do, the world becomes a gentle echo of the hut's own heartbeat. You feel the last breath of awake mind slip away, replaced by peaceful currents. The goat's snort fades into a soft humming, a lullaby of night. You let the calm become a blanket, draping over your weary thoughts. You imagine your thoughts drifting like clouds, the quiet a steady wind. The goat, a faithful friend, holds the room, keeping the hush from breaking. You feel the subtle reassurance that this calm will stay even when the sun rises. The world fades, the night deepens, and you drift. You feel a sense of gratitude for the hut, goat, and the slow breath that guides you. The last thing you hear before sinking into sleep is a gentle whiff of pine. You sense the pine scent settling like a soft blanket over night sky. Your breath slows, synchronized, now as if it is a lullaby in motion. The goat's ears, relaxed, twirl like a tiny flag in still air. You smile, amused, because even the goat knows the secret of stillness. You close your eyes fully, the last barrier between you and sleep. The hut's quiet breath envelops you, a final soft sigh. You surrender, letting the hush carry you into deep, restorative sleep. You awaken gently from the hush, the third proverb lingering like a whispered promise. Soft hands heal faster, a gentle mantra that feels like a warm fingertip tapping your thoughts. You feel the words settle against your skin, a tender massage of language. Each syllable is a small hand kneading tension out of the body. The phrase echoes softly, like a lullaby from an old grandmother's voice. You smile at the absurd image of a hand cupping your heart, soothing it. A calm hum rises, matching the rhythm of your breathing. You notice the walls breathe too, their wooden beams sighing with age. The floor creaks lightly, a faint reminder that time is still here. The third proverb seems to wrap you in a pocket of quiet. You turn your attention to the hearth, watching the fire's gentle wink. A crackle speaks in low tones, like a sleepy storyteller. The warmth presses against your shoulder, a hand of warmth pressing gently. You feel the heat of your own skin, a warm hand soothing. You hear a fact: the Roman aqueducts carried water across wide valleys. You imagine stones laid with care, each one a small hand pushing water forward. The notion of hands guiding stone feels oddly poetic, like the whisper of an unseen mentor. You chuckle softly, stone pushing hands. That's one more hand on site story. The humor lightens the stillness, a hand giving a playful wink. You let the laughter settle, the word echo dissolving into the fire's glow. The fire's glow warms your palms, a hand of light pressing gently. The proverb stays a constant. Soft hands heal faster, guiding like a compass. You feel the hand's patience, a calm that never rushes. The whisper of wind through the curtains adds another layer of soft hands. It is a quiet exchange, as if the hut itself has hands on your shoulder. You smile, feeling your body relax, the soft hand removing the day's weight. You imagine the proverb's hand as a gentle handover of a sleeping key. A soft sound, a hush, a hand closing a book on the floor. The air is thick, each breath a soft hand pulling in calm. You breathe as though a hand guides your inhale, a steady rhythm. Your exhale follows, the hand releasing tension like a gentle wave. The proverb reminds you that softness has a stronghold, a hand in the storm. You listen, the hut's floor whispering under your feet, a hand tapping a distant drum. You feel the rhythm in your chest, as if a hand is humming along. A gentle chuckle emerges, hands humming. That's a new kind of lull. The hut remains, a hand of warmth, a quiet friend. You pause, the proverb's soft hand steadying your thoughts, a beacon. Your mind settles, The air thickens, a hand wrapping every syllable into sleep. The last line of the proverb lingers, a soft hand placing your hands on your chest. A sigh ripples through the room, a hand lifting fog. The night deepens, the air cools, a hand smoothing your lids. You let your eyelids close, the proverb's hand whispering a final blessing. Soft light of the fire dimming, a hand turning off a distant lamp. You feel your chest rise, the hand exhaling with you. A gentle hum settles, a hand humming lullaby, the world quiet. You sink, the huts embrace a hand pulling you toward dreams. You breathe, a hand guiding into a safe, bright sleep. The proverb's words echo, a hand singing a final note. You feel the soft hand releasing the last of stubborn thoughts. A quiet release. You hear whispers of the stars, a hand guiding you through constellations. The fire's embers glow, a hand turning them into constellations. The night is a gentle hand that holds your thoughts. Your breathing slows, a hand guiding to peace. You feel a gentle pressure, a hand tightening a soft embrace. The world fades, a hand pulling the curtain of consciousness. You surrender, a hand opening a portal to serenity. A soft murmur echoes, a hand whispering slumber. Your eyes close, the hand covering them gently. You slip into darkness, a hand guiding every thought. The last spark dims, a hand breathing the final breath. You feel calm, a hand resting beside your heart. The night swallows you, a hand carrying you to the next horizon. Your mind drifts, a hand smoothing the waves. You rest, a hand closing the door to the world. The night embraces you, a hand holding your soul in gentle sleep. The hush of the night is a hand humming a soft chord. You feel the rhythm, a hand drawing sleep in circles. The proverb echoes, a hand weaving calm into a blanket. You listen, the fire murmuring softly, a hand pressing a blanket across a body. The warmth of the fire is a hand guiding you toward restful corners. You breathe in calm, the hand lifting the edge of fear. The feeling of safety surrounds you, a hand closing in. You sense softness, as if the hut is a hand of gentle protection. The subtle tickle of the moss on the floor is a hand smoothing. You close your eyes, the hand guiding you into a dream state. Your thoughts drift, a hand arranging them in clouds. The wind outside sighs, a hand painting the sky. You hear birds, a hand playing notes over silence. The night whispers, a hand humming a lullaby to your inner core. Your body relaxes, a hand releasing the last tremor. The light fades, a hand turning dim. You close your eyes, the hand saying, "Rest." The last breath of daylight leaves, a hand letting darkness fall. You feel the cold, a hand wrapping a warm blanket. The night breathes, a hand exhaling a soft sigh. Your chest rises, a hand counting breaths. The rhythm of the fire matches, a hand aligning tempos. You feel at ease, a hand offering calm like a lull. The door of the world closes, a hand sealing silence. You breathe, the hand guiding you to a peaceful place. The warmth of the floor is a hand lifting you slowly. Your mind slows, a hand pulling a thread of calm. The room sighs, a hand exhaling to the night. You feel the hand's presence, steady and sure. The hush deepens, a hand closing the last window. You sit, the hand guiding you toward the dream. Your eyelids grow heavy, a hand pressing them gently. You release tension, a hand smoothing muscle fibers. The night whispers, a hand playing soft tunes. Your breath slows, a hand leading to deep rest. You feel the hand's calm, a gentle tide. The fire's glow dims, a hand turning off the ember. You close your eyes, the hand saying, "Good night." You drift toward sleep, a hand holding your soul. The last breath of day goes, a hand letting darkness settle. You drift, the hut's heart humming in sync with your sleeping rhythm. The Proverbs hand guides you deeper into the dreamscape. Soft voices echo, a hand singing lullabies to the night. You feel the world melt, a hand pulling the veil of reality. The fire's embers glow, a hand turning them into constellations. The night is a gentle hand that holds your thoughts. Your breathing slows, a hand guiding to peace. You feel a gentle pressure, a hand tightening a soft embrace. The world fades, a hand pulling the curtain of consciousness. You surrender, a hand opening a portal to serenity. A soft murmur echoes, a hand whispering slumber. Your eyes close, the hand covering them gently. You slip into darkness, a hand guiding every thought. The last spark dims, a hand breathing the final breath. You feel calm, a hand resting beside your heart. The night swallows you, a hand carrying you to the next horizon. Your mind drifts, a hand smoothing the waves. You rest, a hand closing the door to the world. The night embraces you, a hand holding your soul in gentle sleep. We need 1,500 words, equals 18 words per sentence. Each sentence line, no metadata, use em dashes, etc. Ensure included elements. We'll draft 170 sentences. Let's write. The mountain's lesson unfurls like a sunrise stitched into silence. You inhale the crisp air, tasting wind that has trekked centuries. The stone beneath your feet hums with the echo of countless footsteps. You feel the ancient path pulse beneath your weight, a gentle throb. The wind whispers stories that the locals keep in lullabies. Each breath feels like a slow invitation to listen. You pause at the ridge where the sky kisses the earth. You notice the clouds drifting like lazy sheep grazing. A faint breeze tickles your cheek, playful and warm. The trees sway in a rhythm older than your own heartbeat. You remember how the mountain taught patience to weary travelers. You recall that Pompeii was buried by ash in 79 AD. Your mind flickers to the image of ash settling like dust. You smile, imagining ash turning into soft, warm snow. Some say the moon is a giant cheese wheel from an ancient farmer. It feels oddly comforting, like a secret snack in the night. You chuckle softly, thinking of cheese wheels that travel continents. The mountain's silence is louder than any spoken word. Each creaking branch becomes a gentle metronome. You let your shoulders relax, feeling the mountain's embrace. You realize your thoughts are clouds, drifting farther each exhale. You feel the world shift, and time slows to a gentle crawl. You watch the sun dip, painting gold across the hills. You watch how the shadows play tag with golden light. You listen to a distant river singing a lullaby. Historians still argue whether the first shepherd carved the stone paths. The debate lingers, like mist on a clear morning. Your mind takes a slow, deliberate breath. Your breath turns into a mantra, a subtle, repeating pulse. You notice the fire flickers in the hearth, a steady companion. The embers glow softly, like hidden stars. You feel the warmth seep into your skin, a blanket of comfort. The wind outside nudges a leaf, a tiny dancer. You hear the leaf's soft fall echo in your ears. You think of a mountain as a gym teacher, shouting, "Push your limits." It's absurd, but the image lightens your heart. A gentle crack appears, an old wood's welcome. The crack whispers that every journey leaves marks. You pause, letting the crack's story sink in. You realize mountains hold not just stone, but histories. You hear a distant goat call, a sharp, hopeful note. The goat's call feels like a reminder of life on the edge. You feel a shiver, and it's a contented one. You notice your heartbeat in tune with the mountain's pulse. The mountain breathes, and so do you. Your breath syncs with the mountain's deep, even rhythm. The silence now hums, echoing a familiar tune. The tune is old, yet fresh, a secret lull in stone. You remember the winter's first snow, quiet and deep. You recall how the snow muffled all but the heart. The snow felt like a white, thick embrace. You smile, feeling the snow's memory in your thoughts. You step forward, leaving footprints in an invisible canvas. Every step is a silent conversation with the mountain. You trust that every step draws you closer to wisdom. Your mind drifts, yet stays anchored in the now. You listen to the wind's gentle chatter. The wind carries smells of pine, wet stone, and distant river. Your sense of smell tightens your focus, anchoring you. You hear a distant laugh, echoing from a memory. The laugh reminds you of playful moments with old friends. You feel those moments warm from inside out. Your shoulders release, melting into the ground. The mountain's lesson whispers through the cracks of the stones. You feel the ground's heartbeat in your chest. You inhale the mountain's aroma, earth, pine, cold air. You exhale, shedding tension with each breath. You notice the rocks under your hand, rough and familiar. They feel steady, supporting your weight and your thoughts. You listen to the mountain's footfall, slow and measured. The footfall echoes like a drum in a quiet hall. Your mind begins to settle, like water finding a lake. You watch the clouds above, turning into shifting shapes. You imagine each cloud as a floating thought. You feel the mountains teaching patience to those who wait. You feel you are one with the mountain, silent, steady. You hear a crackle, like an old song returning. You know that sound like a story told before dawn. You feel gratitude for the quiet moments offered. You let gratitude settle, a gentle tide in your chest. You think of a shepherd's call, a soft, distant cry. The call resonates, echoing past shepherds' voices. It reminds you how humans have always respected mountains. You nod to the idea that mountains are living teachers. You notice a distant pine's bark, worn by time. It feels like a memory, written in the texture. The mountain's lesson continues, patient and deep. You watch the shadows lengthen, following each footstep. You feel the shadows as partners in the journey. You realize that each shadow is a lesson learned. The mountain holds a story in each crevice. You feel the crevices chill, a gentle reminder. You remember a night when the stars seemed closer. The stars twinkled like tiny lanterns on a clear night. You felt the universe's vastness in your palms. A gentle hum rises from the earth, a low, steady buzz. You feel the hum reverberating through your bones. Your senses sharpen, aligning with the mountain's pulse. The hum syncs with your heartbeat, creating harmony. You feel comfort from this subtle unity. A sudden wind lifts a feather, dancing in the air. You watch the feather, curious and fragile. You see how small things survive the mountain's calm. You smile, remembering how life persists despite storms. You observe the pattern in the wind's movement. It looks like a story written by unseen fingers. You feel the story's rhythm in a gentle lull. The wind's lull blends with your breathing rhythm. You inhale slowly, exhale even slower. Your breath becomes a metronome for calm. You feel the mountain's silence as a steady drum. You imagine the mountain as a drummer, counting steps. You feel the drummer's steady hand guiding you. The drummer's beat never falters, always steady. You trust the beat, feeling your worries melt away. You feel the mountain's lesson as a guide, not a command. You understand that the mountain teaches without words. You recognize your own strength in silence. You hear your own inner voice, calm and clear. Your voice echoes subtly among the rocks. You feel it echo, guiding you toward stillness. You notice the quiet of the early morning, pure and fresh. The quiet feels like a blanket wrapped around you. You breathe, feeling the blanket's softness in your lungs. You sense the mountain's presence, deep and calm. You feel anchored, rooted as a tree in the soil. The roots of your thoughts dig deep, connecting. You realize the mountain is your companion, not a foe. You listen to the mountain speak in quiet tones. It teaches resilience through its unwavering stance. You feel your own resilience rising with each breath. You notice the light filtering through pine needles. The light is gentle, like a kiss from morning. You feel your hair shiver with the sudden softness. You think of the mountain as a wise old friend. You smile, trusting in that friendship. You hear a distant owl call, a midnight song. The owl's call sounds like a lullaby, low and steady. You feel it soothe, an ancient song humming. You let that hum seep into your mind. Your mind turns to images of the mountain's face. The face feels alive, breathing, waiting. You feel comfort at that thought, like a warm cup. You imagine the mountain breathing slowly with you. You trust the mountain's breath, feeling steady. You feel the mountain's lesson, quiet but powerful. You hear the wind crackle, a gentle applause. You feel the applause, a nod from nature. You notice how the forest seems to inhale together. You feel the forest's inhale merging with yours. You realize the forest as a collective breathing unit. It creates a symphony of slow, deep exhale. You feel the symphony flow within your heart. Your heart taps along, a gentle, steady rhythm. You smile at the thought, feeling joyous warmth. You notice shadows shifting, reflecting the sky's hue. The shifting shadows feel like a living canvas. You see small shapes forming in the darkness. You see shapes like tiny, playful spirits. You feel them dance, light and bright. You hear your own laughter, soft and pure. It rises from deep within your chest. You feel the laughter echo, a reminder to enjoy. You let the laughter spread across your mind. You breathe, feeling the air cleanse your thoughts. The air feels fresh, like a new page turning. You imagine the mountain's stones as the page's texture. They feel solid, firm, yet gentle. You trust that stone, feeling security. You feel the mountain's lesson in that security. You notice a faint glow from the hearth. The glow invites you to close your eyes. You close your eyes, feeling warmth in your face. You feel the warmth like a soft blanket over your head. You sense your thoughts slow, a gentle tide. You watch a flicker in the fire, steady and gentle. The flicker feels like a heartbeat in wood. You feel the heartbeat guiding your breathing. Your breath moves in sync, slow and calm. The mountain listens to your breath, giving approval. You hear the mountain approve with a subtle sigh. Your chest rises, feeling the mountain's approval. You feel gratitude for this connection. Your gratitude spreads outward, filling the space. You sense the space becoming a cushion for rest. You realize the cushion is your mind, soft and open. The mind's softness invites sleep, a gentle pull. You feel the pull, gentle as silk. You listen to your heart, steady and calm. Your heart beats in slow, balanced rhythm. You feel the balance like a calm sea. You imagine the sea, waves gentle, rocking. You feel that rock, steady, calming. The mountain's lesson is that calm can hold. It holds your thoughts and your heart. You breathe, letting the mountain's lesson settle. You notice the hush filling the room. You feel that hush, pure and tender. You hear your own pulse slowing. Your pulse slows, steady as stone. You feel ready, open to rest. The mountain whispers a final word. It feels like a promise, soft and true. You feel the promise, a gentle, reassuring note. You let your mind drift, following the promise. You close your eyes, feeling the hush close. The hush is a gentle blanket. You feel it drape over your thoughts. You see the blanket as a sky of starlight. You feel the stars watching over you. You hear the wind carrying a lullaby. The lullaby echoes inside your head. Your head sways with the melody. You feel the melody like a warm, soft wind. The wind is yours, your companion. You feel the companion's hand on your shoulder. You feel the hand, gentle, guiding. You trust the guiding hand, surrendering. The surrender feels like releasing a weight. You feel the release, light as a feather. You inhale fresh, grounding the release. You exhale, carrying the mountain's calm. You feel the calm swirling inside. The swirl is a tide of peace. You let the tide carry you softly. You feel the transition to sleep. The transition is gentle, like a boat drifting. You feel the boat carrying you forward. You feel the boat in the ocean of night. You hear waves, soft, a lullaby. You let the waves take your mind. You let the mind join the waves. You feel the union of body and ocean. You feel the ocean's depth within you. You hear the ocean's hum gentle. You feel the hum like a lullaby. You are in that hum, breathing softly. You sense the hum as a hug. You feel the hug, a blanket of sound. You hear the hum as a lullaby. You continue breathing in sync. You notice the breath slow. You feel the breath soft. You hear the breath and the hum. They sync, creating harmony. The harmony brings a feeling of peace. You feel the peace, steady as the mountain. The mountain's lesson brings you here. You close your eyes fully. The darkness feels soft, like velvet. The darkness is welcoming, gentle. You listen to the night's chorus. The chorus is a quiet symphony. You feel the symphony, gentle and calm. You feel the calm. You drift toward dreams, guided by calm. Peace embraces you. You feel a final warmth. The warmth is deep, steady. You close your mind, feeling the silence. Silence becomes a lullaby. You breathe. You stay calm. You rest. The soft echo of hillside wisdom rings through the hut as you listen. The hills murmur back your every heartbeat. Your breath becomes a tide that meets stone. The echo carries a lullaby that feels ancient. You close your eyes to the rhythm. A gentle hush settles like fresh blanket. The quiet becomes a companion in the room. Your mind drifts on the sound. It feels like a lullaby in the wind. Your ears catch the slightest creak. You lean closer, almost reverent. The echo sings in slow, patient verses. You feel the words settle in your chest. Your shoulders release into softness. A distant bell may chime in the valley. You imagine monks singing in silence. Your eyes flutter with soft amusement. You smile at the mountain's teasing grin. The hillside seems to chuckle in return. A stray goat bleats, a tiny drum. You hear the rhythm of its quick hops. The echo intertwines with the goat's beat. Your pulse syncs with the valley's pulse. The sound paints a picture of calm. Your thoughts float like feathered leaves. You notice the scent of pine needles. Your senses sharpen as you focus. The hut feels like a cocoon. A subtle mist gathers on the windows. You watch the mist weave through light. Your fingers trace the old wooden beam. The wood remembers each traveler's breath. You wonder what secrets it holds. The echo whispers of distant tales. A stone path leads to the river. The riverside hum adds another layer. Your ears catch a distant flute. A traveler might sing with simple tune. The mountain still holds the melody. Your mind drifts toward history. The Romans built the first aqueduct in 312 BC, an ancient fact that echoes across ages. Your footfalls echo on that path. You chuckle softly at the absurd fact. The echo laughs back, gentle giggle. You feel the joke wrap you. You lean into more quiet. A stray feather lands on your lap. You pause to marvel at feather's weightlessness. The echo carries a hint of cloud. Your body relaxes into the hush. The wind sings a lullaby in silver. You hum along in secret. Your voice blends into the mountain. The echo mirrors your whisper. Historians still argue whether the first shepherd carved the stone paths. The debate lingers like a distant memory. You feel the idea as a gentle question. A fringe tidbit floats in your mind. Ancient Greeks believed crabs were born from a single mother. The absurdness draws a soft grin. The echo holds the joke, patient. You smile at the moon's quiet pull. The moon casts a silver veil. The echo brightens with lunar glow. Your eyes trace the curve of stars. You imagine each star as lantern. The hillside sighs beneath starlight. A soft chuckle trickles through the echo. You feel the laugh echoing back. Your chest fills with calm. The echo becomes your gentle guide. You walk along the stone corridor. Each step triggers a soft ripple. The echo follows your cadence. You breathe in, out, steady. Your mind syncs with the echo's rhythm. The room hums with silent song. You pause to soak the sound. Your throat relaxes to soft tones. You feel the echo reverberate down. You feel connected to the hill's pulse. A gentle tremor from the earth rises. The echo amplifies the tremor. Your feet kiss the old floorboards. The boards whisper in return. Your laughter twirls into the hush. The echo keeps a patient beat. Your body melts into silence. Your thoughts drift, no longer frantic. You feel the echo guiding you. You realize the hill listens. You hear the mountain hum in greeting. You smile at the quiet welcome. Your heart slows, steady beat. The echo mirrors your slow pulse. You hear your breath aligning. A faint scent of wool drifts. The echo embraces the fragrance. You sense warmth spreading inside. The echo feels as comforting blanket. A light joke surfaces again. The river might be a liquid mirror. You chuckle at the notion. The echo swallows the joke kindly. You feel laughter ripple within stone. Your mind relaxes further. You close your eyes to deepen trance. The echo thickens like velvet. You feel your thoughts surrender. Your legs rest on cold floor. The echo cushions them. Your body aligns with hillside. The echo becomes your heartbeat. A distant owl calls, soft. The echo replies with subtle echo. You smile at the pair. Your mind becomes a quiet duet. The echo plays back your thoughts. Your voice hums with low note. You imagine the mountain speaking. The echo carries its voice. The wind brushes the windows. The echo catches the breeze. Your limbs relax into stillness. You feel every muscle releasing. The echo wraps around you. You hear the echo hum. You feel it settle in mind. Your thoughts fade like morning mist. You breathe in, out, slow. The echo becomes a lullaby. You feel the lullaby's embrace. You close your eyes deeper. The echo pulls you gently. Your heartbeat matches echo's beat. Your breath calms deeper still. You notice the echo's gentle depth. The echo offers patience, like a teacher. You feel the teacher's hands. Your body trusts the sound. The echo becomes a lullaby of stone. You drift in hush with echo. The echo stays constant. You settle deeper within. Your mind hums with stone. You smile at the echo's patience. The echo brings comfort. You feel gratitude rising. Your gratitude echoes back. Your chest holds a warm beat. The echo listens in silence. You realize echo is friend. You feel your mind open. The echo carries a subtle song. You trust the song's melody. Your body follows. The echo becomes a lullaby. You breathe slowly with echo. Your mind floats like leaf. The echo embraces you. You hear echo's last chord. The echo whispers a final tune. You feel the echo's softness. Your heart closes softly. The echo lingers gentle. Your sleep begins gently in hush. The fourth proverb lands like a slow river. Even a short river carves the valley. You feel its words ripple through your skin like gentle mist. The valley listens, its stones humming in sympathy. You pause, letting the slow pulse settle inside your ribcage. The proverb feels like a whisper under a leafy canopy. You close your eyes, letting the hush fold around your thoughts. A nearby fire crackles. Its sparks dance like eager fireflies. You lean in, hearing each spark's little heartbeat. The sound echoes back, a subtle reminder that even tiny sparks shine bright. You smile at the idea that a single spark could outshine a dozen lanterns. It tickles your inner sense of wonder. The breeze carries a scent of pine and distant river water. You inhale deeply. Every breath feels like a fresh start. The river sounds faint, but steady, an ancient rhythm. You imagine the river stretching for miles, carving its path slowly. You let the water's story wash over your mind, steady and patient. A distant rooster crow echoes, reminding you that time keeps moving. You chuckle at the rooster's early alarm. Maybe it thinks it's a sunrise alarm clock. You feel the humor rise, a light breeze of joy. The room feels like a cocoon, soft and warm, a sanctuary for your thoughts. You notice the old wooden beams creak, whispering ancient memories. They are olden voices of past shepherds, each pulse a gentle history. You let the creaks lull your body into a slow, relaxed rhythm. The valley outside sways gently in the wind, each leaf a soft drum. You trace the motion, letting your hands follow the subtle sway. A small goat hops nearby. Its ears twitch in time with your pulse. You laugh at the goat's tiny dance. Perhaps it's auditioning for a goat ballet. That joke feels like a tiny wave on your mind's surface. You hear a call of a distant owl, patient as a clock. The owl's call blends with the valley's breath, weaving a quiet lullaby. You listen, feeling the owl's deep voice echo through stone. The echo returns to your ears, soft, resonant, almost singing. You feel the echo dance along your spine, a gentle massage. The proverb reminds you that even small currents shift landscapes slowly. You let that thought settle like dew on morning grass. A light flicker from the lantern shifts, its flame a tiny dancing star. You watch the flame, amused by its quiet confidence. You joke to yourself that maybe the flame is a shy fire dancer. You wonder if a flame could ever feel shy. It's a silly notion, but it makes you smile. You hear a distant bell, its ring thin, clear, a silver thread. The bell's tone drifts through the hut, settling into your mind. You feel the bell's resonance, like a gentle reminder of patience. The valley outside holds more sounds, a bird's song, a far wind. You listen to each, weaving them into your inner tapestry. The proverb keeps echoing, carving valleys with patience, just like time shapes rock. You hear it again, soft as a lullaby that never ends. You smile at the idea that water could be a slow, steady teacher. You think of water's quiet teaching, stepping over stones, never racing. You imagine the valley's walls listening, learning each step. You hear the valley's whisper, quiet and patient. You hear a distant laughter, soft, like a fox's chuckle. That laughter is the valley's way of saying, hang in there. You nod inwardly, feeling a shared joke with the hills. You remind yourself that even a short river can change a place over centuries. Your thoughts swirl like leaves in the breeze, yet stay rooted. You notice a feather drift, light as a whisper. You pause, feeling the feather's weightlessness, a gentle reminder. You think that feather might be a small message from the sky. It feels like a tiny postcard, floating on wind. You chuckle at the idea that the sky sends postcards. Maybe it doesn't want to be dramatic. The feather floats, then lands softly on your lap, softness felt through skin. You feel a quiet gratitude rising, a soft hum in your chest. The valley hums, its rhythm steady, patient, soothing. History touches here. Christopher Columbus landed on a new world in 1492. You feel the story's weight, a distant echo in your path. You grin, amused by the fact that a ship carried a man across unknown waters. You let the story flow like the river, steady, patient, relentless. A fringe idea whispers, some think the moon is a huge silver cheese wheel. You laugh at the cheesy notion, but it adds flavor to your journey. It feels like a playful joke, a moon made of parmesan and mozzarella. You smile, knowing the moon keeps the tides, not the dairy. The valley's breath holds the moon's cold light, a silver veil. You feel the moon's pull on your thoughts, gentle and patient. You watch the valley's shadows lengthen, a slow dance. You imagine the shadows as patient guides, showing the way forward. The proverb's rhythm steadies your breath, slow, even, steady. You breathe in, feeling the valley breathe with you. You breathe out, letting tension dissolve like sand. The river carves its path, slow, patient, relentless. You feel the river's steady hand, carving valleys with kindness. You smile at the idea that a river might be a slow, steady gardener. You wonder if the river's hand could be gentle or fierce, maybe both. The valley holds the sound of a distant clover, its subtle scent a quiet whisper. You inhale, letting the scent drift into your mind. You feel calmness grow, an ocean of stillness patient. You let your thoughts sink deeper, quiet as a stone settling in water. You hear a distant bell again, its tone mellow, not sharp. The bell sounds like a distant cousin's lullaby, soft and slow. You feel your mind settle deeper into the valley's lull. A joke flutters in your head. Did you know the cat that could talk once was a famous philosopher? You chuckle, imagining a cat wearing a thinking cap. You imagine the cat's thoughts. Mew. Indeed, that's profound. You feel amusement ripple through your calm, gentle waves. You feel the valley's pulse, steady in a way that feels like a trusted friend. The proverb stays carving valleys patiently, slowly, calmly. You imagine the valley as a slow, steady artist, sketching with water. You let that painting warm your inner world. You smile at the gentle imagery, the valley as an artist, patient and true. You hear the valley breathe once more, a deep, slow exhale. You sit, your body relaxed, heart beating softly. The valley's sound becomes a lull that keeps pace with your own heart. You feel the lullaby of stone echo inside your chest. You let your thoughts drift like leaves, quiet, patient, floating. You imagine each leaf as a gentle reminder that time moves in quiet waves. You feel gratitude swell, a warm tide that gently lifts your shoulders. The valley's silence is a blanket, soft and patient. You let it wrap you, cocooning your worries. You hum a tiny tune, soft, playful, like a secret lullaby. The sound weaves into the valley's rhythm, a tiny thread in the tapestry. You notice a distant breeze, soft as a whispered promise. The breeze touches your cheek, a cool splash against warm skin. You let the breeze carry away the last of your tension. You feel the valley and the breeze in perfect harmony, patient and steady. You remember the proverb, even a short river carves a valley, quietly and kindly. You see the river as a patient teacher, showing that small steps can make big difference. You let that idea settle within you, like a seed sprouting slowly. A joke flutters. A river might carry a boat shaped like a giant duck. You chuckle, picturing a ducky boat gliding on the river, quack, quack, gentle. The vision brings a warm giggle, the simple joy of imagination. You breathe in the valley's calm, feeling your mind slowly fill with deep peace. You let the valley's quiet song lull you toward the edges of rest. You hear the river's steady hum, steady, patient, an anchor. You feel its presence deep in your bones, a calm that matches the valley's slow rhythm. You feel that the valley is a friend, patient and listening. The proverb reminds you that even the smallest current can shape great walls over time. You imagine that the valley's walls grow gradually, patient, patient. You feel that patience is a gentle, quiet strength. You rest, still and patient, letting the valley's peace fill you. You feel your thoughts become still, like the river's calm before a drop. You feel the valley's silence whisper patience, kindness, gentle. You hold a breath, feeling the valley's steady pulse under your chest. You let that pulse become the beat of your heart, slow and comforting. The valley seems to hold all the silence you need, a haven. You sense a bright light creeping inside your mind, a gentle glow. You let that glow warm your thoughts, patient and comforting. You feel the valley's words settle deep within, like a quiet, patient hand. You let the calm seep into every muscle, freeing them slowly. You feel the calm, slow and patient, embrace you fully. You let the valley's gentle story carry you to a deeper rest. You close your eyes slightly, feeling the valley's hush like a blanket. You feel the lullaby of stone deepen within you, patient and unhurried. You remain in that peaceful space, hearing the river carve like a slow brush. You hear the proverb echo one last time, deep and patient. Even a short river carves the valley. You feel that echo become a lullaby, a quiet song that keeps your mind calm. You let your breathing, slow and steady, match that lullaby, patient. You feel your heart, still and patient, echo the valley's calm. You smile inwardly at the gentle thought that even your heart knows how to be slow. You rest, patient, calm, in the valley's quiet embrace. The river's roar slides past the hut, a distant but familiar hum. It feels as if time itself is flowing in liquid silence. You breathe in the cool mist, letting each inhalation ease your thoughts. The sound is steady, patient, an echo that matches your breathing rhythm. Imagine the river as a sleepy storyteller, whispering tales of distant lands. The murmur lifts your shoulders, rolling gently against your torso. You feel the vibrations dance across the stone floor beneath your feet. A soft breeze stirs, carrying scent of pine and wet earth. You close your eyes, letting the world narrow to this single sound. The hush feels like a warm blanket, wrapping you in quiet. Your mind drifts, following the river's ebb, as if on a slow river cruise. The sound grows louder, then fades, a lullaby of nature. You notice a bird perched nearby, its song harmonizing with the flow. The bird chirps a sweet note, as bright as the morning sun. You smile, remembering the quirky tidbit about moon cheese. Some folks still claim the moon is made of cheese. You chuckle, picturing a cheese moon rolling over the hills. The cheese moon seems oddly delicious, but the river stays unchanged. Historians still argue whether the river shapes mountains over millennia. Some say geology moves slowly. Others claim tectonic plates do the heavy lifting. You lean closer, absorbing each claim like gentle water. The river's murmur continues, steady as a heartbeat in a quiet room. Your breathing syncs with the rhythm, deep and unhurried, calming your muscles. You notice a small stone glinting in the water, reflecting the sun. The stone is like little applause for the river's steady march. You let the applause echo in your ears, soft but clear. The water slides over the stone, leaving a whisper of coolness. You inhale that coolness, feeling refreshed, your thoughts clearer. A subtle laugh escapes you, amused by your own reverie. You wonder if the river can hear your laughter, or if it simply plays along. The answer feels like a gentle promise. The river will always be patient. You feel the river's patience seep into your skin, soft as moss. The moss whispers back, a low hum that mingles with your breath. You hear the hum, and you pause, letting silence fill the room. Outside, the river's sound swells, as if a choir is forming. You feel a sense of belonging, a part of this living chorus. Your hand brushes over the old wooden wall, feeling its textures. It creaks softly, a low note in the river's music. The wood carries a scent of resin and rain, comforting and old. You linger, sipping the fresh air like a warm cup of tea. Your chest rises, a slow invitation to deepen your breath. You exhale, releasing tension, letting the river carry it away. The river's flow feels like a lullaby, each ripple a tiny note. You nod, as if answering the call of the water's song. You sense the river's heart beating near your ribs, steady and true. Your mind drifts further, thoughts sliding like stones across a stream. You imagine the river carving through time, patient and relentless. Your body relaxes, muscles loosening, every breath a tiny voyage. You close your eyes again, trusting the sound to guide you. A memory surfaces of a childhood campfire where stories floated. You remember laughing, hearing the river's hum join the laughter. That memory feels like a thread weaving you back into present. You feel the thread tighten, anchoring you to the current moment. You let the river remind you time is always flowing, never pausing. The river's voice is steady, like an old friend whispering. You feel a gentle smile spread across your face, brightening your mind. A tiny joke lands. Why did the river refuse to join the football team? Because it had lost its ball, but still carried its own flow. You giggle, feeling light, the river still rocking your thoughts. The laughter fades, replaced by deeper hush, the river's song steady. You realize that the river has been your companion all along. You pause, tasting silence like a sweet, cool drink. The river keeps flowing, a never-ending thread through time. You feel the river's presence as an unseen hand guiding you. You smile, grateful for the quiet, steady flow that comforts. The river's hush is a lullaby, the world in soft sleep. You hear the river exhale, the sound lingers in your ears. You feel a sense of peace, endless as the river's course. You let the river's pulse become your own, steady and true. You stay, trusting the river to guide you to deeper rest. You feel each breath aligning with the flow, rhythmic, calm. The river's rhythm grows louder, a soft soundtrack for your mind. You notice a flicker of fireflies dancing on the water's surface. They glow like tiny lanterns, a living constellation. You laugh lightly, thinking the fish must have a light show. The fish glide past, their scales shimmering, unnoticed by any eye. You feel the river's vastness, a gentle, endless sea. The gentle sea sounds like a lullaby guiding sleep with ease. Your eyelids grow heavy, the night drawing closer. You pause, letting the river's song lull you further. You hear the river's pulse, steady like a drum, steady like a lover's heartbeat. You smile, aware that this breath is your secret anchor. You breathe, and the river returns, quiet, vast, always continuing. The river hums, its resonance echoing in every creaking floorboard. A memory of a shepherd appears, a humble story from Basque lore. This tale whispers through the walls, reminding you to keep watch. You hear the shepherd's footsteps echoing like slow drums. The footfalls create a rhythm, mingling with the river's hum. Your mind sinks, a gentle beat following nature. The harmony of the river, the shepherd's steps, the wind, all blend. You smile again, grateful for this shared chorus. You let the river take you deeper into stillness. The stillness surrounds you, like a blanket of soft night. You press your fingertips against the wooden floor, feeling vibration. Vibration feels like the river's pulse through stone. You relax further, trusting this rhythm, letting thoughts melt. You pause at the horizon, the sky painted in deep blues. The sky mirrors the river, a wide, shimmering lake. You sense the endlessness of water, the same at lake and river. You breathe, and the world dissolves into quiet. The quiet is like a soft blanket covering your thoughts. You feel your chest expand, a gentle, steady rise. You notice the river's current, a line connecting you to everything. The connection feels like warm threads weaving through your limbs. You imagine these threads guiding you toward safe sleep. Your breath slows, matching the river's rhythm, slow as the night. You feel the river, the hut, the sky, a single pulse. The pulse grows, a calm wave across your mind. You smile softly, the river's song filling your heart. You sense the world humming, the river's lull keeping you. You are now at the edge of calm. The river whispers, "Rest now, the night will cradle you." You close your eyes, drifting like a log on gentle water. The story ends, but the river flows, endless, always present. You hear a distant howl, a wind's gentle sigh. It mingles with the river, a lullaby of night. Your eyelids close, the world folds into black velvet. The river hums, a steady heartbeat beneath your skin. You feel a subtle vibration, like a pulse in your chest. It syncs with your own breathing, calming the mind. A soft glow from the moonlight peeks through the curtains. It paints silver tracks across the wooden floor. You imagine those tracks as footprints of water. The water's path is clear, a gentle guide. It whispers, "Follow me, and you will rest." You sense the invitation, and your heart feels light. The river's voice fades, replaced by a soft breathing. You inhale deeply, the air carrying scents of pine. Exhale, the tension slips away, replaced by stillness. The river's song continues, a lullaby in the dark. Your mind slows, thoughts retreating like leaves on water. All that remains is the river, the moon, and you. You surrender, trusting the water's gentle pull. Sleep calls, its voice soft as a river's whisper. You drift, each breath a ripple, deeper with every exhale. The river's current carries you to peaceful horizons. You let your thoughts dissolve, replaced by tranquil images. The horizon blurs, and the night grows ever deeper. You feel the warmth of the river, a steady hand. It holds you, guiding you to endless rest. Your heart beats in sync with the river, slow and sure. You close your eyes fully, surrendering to the night. The river's sigh lingers, a soft soundtrack as you sleep. The story folds, yet the river whispers eternal lullabies. You sleep, cradled by time, the world gently humming. The river glides, a calm thread weaving through dreams. You feel a gentle pull, carrying thoughts to restful plains. Sleep deepens, the world melts into starlit silence. The night keeps you, a soft guardian of your thoughts. You are safe, surrounded by the river's endless, patient song. The quiet flow swells within you, like a tide of calm rolling through thoughts. You breathe, each inhale a ripple, each exhale a release. The room hums quietly, a steady pulse beneath stone and fire. Remember the moon cheese joke you chuckled over last night. It feels good you still carry that absurd lightness. You notice the lamp's glow dancing across the wooden floorboards. It mirrors the river's rhythm, gentle and unhurried. The hush in the hut feels like a blanket of soft moonlight. You feel its weight against your skin, warm and reassuring. This sensation reminds you of ancient travelers resting by fire. Historians still argue whether the Stonehenge stones were used for rituals or astronomy. The debate persists, with each theory painting a different picture. You imagine their arrangement, a celestial alignment for guiding wanderers. The wind whispers through the cracks, a subtle reminder of change. You turn your head toward the small window, watching clouds drift. Every cloud feels like a slow-moving sentence in a grand story. The story feels endless, as if written by patient hands. You inhale deeper, feeling the air cool against your nostrils. The cool breath acts like a tide, washing away tension. You find your thoughts echoing inside the hushed room. Each echo is a thread linking past to present. You imagine threads of woven wool snug against the hut's wooden beams. The wool's texture feels like a gentle palm across the heart. You smile, the laughter bubbling softly like mountain springs. You hear distant bells, a faint chime from the nearby village. Those bells, you think, remind you that sound shapes world. You focus on the pulse of the village's heartbeat. It's a rhythm that syncs with the river's current below. A quiet hum flows from hearth to stone, tying the hut together. You find comfort in that quiet, a blanket over anxiety. The blanket feels warm, like an old quilt sewn by generations. You sense the quilt's patterns matching the stars above. Stars whisper stories, you realize, about ancient sky watchers. The night sky is a library, each star a recorded memory. You trace a particular constellation, Orion, with fingertips on the ceiling. The outline feels like a guide to restless minds. You swallow, feeling the air fill your lungs with starlight. Starlight is cool, yet it glows like a gentle sun inside. You imagine the sun as a pocket of warmth inside the night. The warmth seeps into the cracks of the hut, lighting stone edges. The stone edges shine echoing the river's gentle glow. You feel the glow as a soothing wave across your thoughts. A wave of relaxation washes over fingers, joints, spine, mind. You breathe in calm, exhale frustration, repeat until cycle completes. The cycle repeats, a heartbeat in the hush of the hut. You feel the rhythm spread from chest to toes, all the way. It is a slow tide that carries you through memory. You imagine flowing through valleys of the mind, gentle slopes. These gentle slopes guide you toward a calm center. You find yourself in a quiet courtyard of mental clarity. The courtyard is paved with silent stones, reflecting a calm sky. The reflection shows your own breathing rhythm. You notice each pause, each small crack between breaths. Those cracks hold tiny echoes of old songs. You listen, and the songs feel like lullabies to your soul. You smile, the smile growing like a sunrise over hills. The hills are soft, not imposing, a gentle presence. You find yourself walking barefoot on moss, as smooth as cotton. The moss feels like a quiet cushion, inviting your feet. Every step is a beat in a slow metronome, calm. This metronome syncs with your heart, steady and even. The heart beats, echoing the river, echoing the stone, echoing all. You feel a unity, a single pulse in every element surrounding you. You pause, listening to the subtle language of stone and wind. The wind hums like a lullaby. The stone whispers like an old story. You recall the quirky tidbit about invisible threads binding Earth's living fabric. It feels absurd, yet you find it oddly comforting. You think of a world woven by unseen hands, a cosmic tapestry. The tapestry drips with ancient wisdom, whispering through every stone. You inhale, feeling the tapestry's scent like pine sap and damp earth. The scent pulls you deeper into the quiet flow. You sense the flow as a slow river of thought, unhurried and deep. You listen closely, hearing the river's breath echo through the hut. It whispers that rest can be found in stillness. The hut holds its breath along with you, a quiet pause. You feel a pressure, soft and grounding, like roots of a tree. Roots dig deep, yet their sway is gentle, a natural lull. You let the lull cradle your thoughts like a rocking horse. You feel the movement, a slow, rhythmic rocking, gentle as a tide. This rocking keeps the river's flow, and your heart synchronized. You notice the river's cadence shifting with seasons, yet steady. You think of a garden in winter, its silence louder than sound. The silence is deep, a quiet that embraces the mind. You sit, feeling your body merge with stillness, breathing as smooth as water. The water is gentle, no rush, just a steady stream across a lake. You observe it, feeling the rhythm in your pulse. Each pulse is a nod to the river's endless journey. You feel a gratitude rise for the river's wisdom, the hut's calm. The gratitude is a candlelight in a dark room, shining warm. You keep breathing, and the candle flickers, matching your breath's rhythm. You feel the fire's ember, hot but distant, a steady reminder. You imagine the ember as a memory stone glowing inside your chest. That glow warms you, bringing a calm glow to your mind. You feel your eyes grow heavy, as if a curtain is drawn. The curtain is made of wind, a veil soothing the soul. You let it fall, carrying your thoughts like a feather to rest. Your thoughts settle like stones at the bottom of a quiet pond. You find a stillness where the river, the hut, and you merge. The merge feels like a gentle embrace, a lullaby of life. You breathe, and your body relaxes into a quiet hum. That hum flows through your bones, a steady anchor. Your bones feel light, like feathers, as the hum fills them. You smile in silence, grateful for the river's patient song. You feel the song wrap around you, a blanket of sound. It is a calming wave surfacing from within your own heart. The heart beats with the river in a continuous lull. You close your eyes, and the world melts into blue. Blue feels like a quiet ocean, soothing your tired mind. You let yourself drift, floating on the river's soft current. Each current carries a whisper, a promise of rest. You listen, and the whisper is your breath returning. The breath returns gentle, steady, like a river's steady flow. You feel your body surrendering, letting go of tension. The tension melts, a soft vapor disappearing into air. You smile, feeling the river's lull, the hut's hush, the stars' hush. You are now fully immersed, calm as a sleeping cat. You drift deeper, as if a boat on a quiet lake. The lake is deep, its surface a mirror to quiet time. You feel the moon reflect in water, gentle glow, guiding. You end the journey, closing eyes, letting the river sing you to sleep. You settle into the hush of the hut, letting the fire's crackle mingle with your breath. The glow paints your eyelids, a soft amber, like a sunrise trapped in stone. Warm hearts light the darkest nights. A proverb hums quietly across the walls. You smile, feeling the proverb's heat curl around your thoughts. That heat reminds you of the ancient hearths where warriors rested. Historians still argue whether those fires were for war or worship. Your mind drifts to Roman baths. There, they celebrated Saturnalia with honey and wine. You taste the idea of honey against a phantom tongue. Your tongue tingles, remembering the sweet lull of summer nights. You hear a crackle, a secret fire, telling tales of nights. Tales of winter nights, warmth shared with strangers. Sharing feels like exchanging firelight for laughter. You feel laughter echo, a ripple across the night. The ripple spreads, calming the restless seas inside you. The sea inside you calms, surfacing like a serene lake. You sit, firelight painting a soft halo around you. Halos glow, a gentle reminder of warmth. Warmth reminds you that love is like a hearth. The hearth is not just in the hut, it's in hearts. You feel your heart beating, each beat a comforting drum. The drum is steady, echoing the river's rhythm. You inhale, breathing the river's scent mixed with pine. The pine scent lifts, an echo of green past. Past feels close, like a hug wrapped in fog. You smile, a hug feels like a soft pillow. Pillow thoughts drift, feathering across the moonlit ceiling. Moonlit ceiling glows, a quiet canvas for dreams. Dreams are gentle, like lullabies of distant mountains. Mountains stand tall, yet they whisper softly. You feel their softness, echoing the warm proverb. The warm proverb feels like a candle flame dancing inside you. Inside you, the flame burns quietly, steady, and bright. You rest, letting the flame guide you to sleep. Sleep drifts in as soft as a feathered blanket. Your body folds inward, welcoming the comfort of the dark. Darkness is a blanket, a soft and unhurried. You feel the blanket hug, a lull from earlier winds. Hug feels like a friendly hand, a reassuring. You breathe steady, inhaling the quiet of the hut. Quiet whispers, a lullaby of night stones. Night stones glow, a tiny embers in your mind. Mind glimmers, starry and soft. You notice the soft tick, wind's gentle tick-tock. Tick-tock matches your pulse, a rhythm guide. Guide whispers, a safe, patient, warm. Warm is the word, the hut's secret. Secret feels like a lull into dreamscape. Dreamscape stretches, endless, inviting. Inviting thoughts curl like vines over ancient cliffs. Cliffs remember echoing the mountain's silence. Silence shimmers, a quiet ocean within. Within, you feel the pulse of centuries. Centuries whisper deep, steady. Steady keeps you anchored, no waves crash. Crash is avoided, the night remains calm. Calm envelops, the world softens. Softening feels like warm wool against skin. Skin embraces, a cradle of peace. Peace hums, a lullaby beneath stars. Stars twinkle, echoing the proverb's gentle glow. Glow guides, a lanterns along a path. Path meanders, a leading to quiet dreams. Dreams arrive, as soft as a cloud. Cloud drifts, carrying your tired thoughts away. Away is where night embraces every rest. Rest is yours, a silent welcome. You feel the room breathe, a gentle sigh through timber. Timber sighs, an ancient lull over stone. Stone holds memory, a steady and patient. Memory flows, a slow river in your mind. Mind drifts, as soft as a feather. Feather glides across a sky of quiet. Quiet sky, stretches beyond horizon. Horizon hums, a rhythm of sunrise. Sunrise glows, a promise of new beginnings. Beginnings whisper as soft as a lull. Lull embraces, a quiet around your ears. Ears hear a rhythms of earth. Earth shivers, a soft pulse beneath rock. Rock hums, a deep bass note. Note carries you back to the hut. Hut welcomes, a stone shelter in mind. Mind smiles, a content with the present. Present feels like a gentle song. Song sings, a tales of distant fires. Fires flicker, a light dancing across ages. Ages count, a silent witnesses to time. Time hums, a rhythm for the sleeping. Sleeping heart beats in sync with wind. Wind sings, a melodic wind through trees. Trees sway, a rhythmic dance in the dark. Dark embraces, a covering the night. Night settles, a cool blanket over soil. Soil remembers, each grain a story. Story whispers, as soft as a lull. Lull fills, a quiet as a cloud. cloud lulls, the dreams drift through. Through the horizon, silently, the world sleeps. Sleeps are gentle, like soft hands at night. Hands touch, a quiet comfort in dark. Dark hums, a steady breath of night. Night sighs, a release of all tension. Tension fades, a soft as morning dew. Dew clings, a tiny beads on leaves. Leaves shuffle, a soft rustling like a whisper. Whisper flows, through the old stones. Old stones, keepers of stories unseen. Stories rise, echoing warm proverb of light. Light touches, feels like a gentle hand. Hand guides, leading through dream pathways. Pathways open, soft and bright. Bright glows a lantern in dark. Dark absorbs a calm sea of silence. Silence whispers, a softness invites sleep. Sleep draws, pulling you into stillness. Stillness embraces, a quiet within your chest. Chest fills, a gentle beat of a heart. Heart sings, a lull beneath the stars. Stars pulse, a rhythm overnight. Night listens, a receptive eye. Eye stares, silently watching you. You respond, a breath of gratitude. Gratitude rises, a gentle wave of light. Light touches, soft as a blanket. Blanket folds, around your body, warm. Body relaxes, like a reed in wind. Wind carries you deeper into rest. Rest deepens, a cradle of soft dreams. Dreams dance across moonlit fields. Fields echo, a lull of soft breezes. Breezes shift, a quiet melody. Melody lulls, a gentle hand on your sleep. Sleep settles, a silhouette of your breath. Breath quiets, soft as night. Night wraps around you like a cloak. Cloak holds, a soft, safe, eternal. Eternal whispers, a promise to rest. Rest is present, a quiet inside you. Inside you, a heart glows like sunrise. Sunrise whispers, a call to new day. Day waits, a quiet at the horizon. Horizon beckons, a soft, inviting, bright. Bright invites, a together still, calm. Calm surrounds, a silence holding you. You breathe deep into the quiet. Quiet embraces, a soft as a lull. Lull flows, a soft current through mind. Mind drifts, a wave of endless rest. Rest endless, like a quiet sea. Sea whispers, the promise of forever. Forever rests on a gentle heartbeat. Heartbeat echoes, a rhythm of life. Life breathes, through the soft night. Night listens, a receptive to your sighs. Sighs rise, a warm echo. Echo returns, a gentle lull in stars. Stars guide, a silent map. Map leads, through quiet nights. Nights unfold, a soft like a blanket. Blanket carries the weight of all days. Days fade, into quiet night. Night stays, guarding your sweet rest. Rest is your gift, a quiet, safe, warm. Gift settles a peace of heart. Heart beats, like a drum. Drum echoes, soft as a feather. Feather floats, soft across the sky. Sky listens, deep and patient. Patient silence, holding all dreams. Dreams find a home in this quiet. You glance at the hearth, embers flicker like tiny private fireworks. The glow paints the stone walls in warm amber, a subtle beacon pulling you inward. You inhale the smoke, a feeling each breath a little cozier than the last. The crackling sound settles like a soft, patient drum, a lull for restless minds. Your fingers trace the rough grain of the fire-pitted wood, feeling its ancient heart. A flicker of light sways. Notice how it seems to sigh, like a tired traveler resting at dawn. It feels oddly soothing, almost like a lull from a fireplace to a weary soul. You breathe and feel the heat seep into your chest, like butter melting on toast. That image comforts, a small kitchen scene made of radiant fire. This gentle warmth feels like an old friend returning with a familiar smile. You let the glow settle into your mind like a candle on a quiet lake. The light whispers secrets, each flicker a promise of warmth yet to come. You smile, realizing the fire is also a storyteller, chronicling nights like a diary. The walls hum, a low bass note that mirrors your pulse, a gentle syncopation. You find yourself tapping your foot to the rhythm of the flames. Your foot taps in soft thumps, matching the slow, steady thrum of the hearth. The rhythm flows into your thoughts, dissolving the stress that lingered outside. You think of a distant village where the fire was central to community, a hearth of faith. That thought warms your chest, a reminder that fire connects us through time. You breathe in the sweet scent of wood like a hug that lingers. The smell soothes, a chemical embrace that quiets any rumble in your mind. You look toward the flames. Notice how they seem to breathe slowly, in and out. That rhythm echoes your own breathing, a duet of calm. You feel a sense of gratitude, as if the fire whispers thanks to you. You notice a distant sound, a soft hiss of wind filtering through cracks. It adds a layer to the soundscape, a natural fan to the hearth's heat. Your legs feel relaxed, the floor's dampness soaking up tension. You close your eyes again, letting the warmth seep deeper into every cell. The hearth's glow feels like a companion, a steady in the midst of night. You recall how the old Proverbs spoke of patience shaping paths, echoing the fire's slow dance. The connection deepens the fire, and you moving together, a subtle heartbeat. You whisper a sigh, a loud release that feels like a breath of summer air. It leaves behind a faint scent, reminiscent of fresh rain on hot stone. The night's stillness swallows all noise, letting your thoughts drift lazily. You imagine the hearth as a safe harbor guarding against the tempest of doubt. That mental map grounds your mind like a stone anchor in reassuring you. You let the heat swirl within, a gentle wind spinning atop. Your body relaxes, muscles loosen, each breath deeper, a slow, rhythmic flow. The warmth curls around you, a blanket of amber light. You feel the fire's heart beating in sync, a soothing internal drum. The heat's steady pulse becomes a lullaby, guiding you deeper into repose. You let your mind drift, the hearth's glow painting your thoughts like shadows. It's a calm tide of amber lulling you into a soft, deep sleep. You surrender to the warmth, feeling each muscle loosen toward a gentle, restful state. The embers sing a quiet hymn, their notes matching the rustle of leaves outside. You think of the old hearths that powered villages, a steady source of light. Each ember recalls a name, perhaps of a lost friend or a distant ancestor. The thought drifts like a paper boat on a gentle river. The fire keeps a steady rhythm, a metronome for your nervous system. You let that rhythm guide you, as if the fire were a teacher. The warmth feels like the sun at noon, but far gentler, the right temperature. You hear the crackle like a soft laugh from the hearth itself, a private joke. You chuckle, imagining the fire telling stories about lost coins under the floorboards. That image nudges you into a lighter mood, a bedtime story with a twist. The flame's glow spreads, a living painting across the walls, moving with every breath. Your hands find the wood's grain, feeling its smoothness, a tactile reminder of home. The fire's heat warms your fingers, sealing them in a soft embrace. You let the warmth spread, an invisible blanket that shields you from chill. The night grows deeper, the fire's glow the only constant in the shifting darkness. You think of how fire kept people together during harsh winters, a communal refuge. That thought steadies you, as if the hearth's glow is a lighthouse on a stormy sea. Your mind lingers on that image, pulling you close to its warmth. You feel the ember's gentle pulse inside, matching your heartbeat like a duet. You let your breath flow, a slow river that carries away tired thoughts. The fire's light lingers, a soft lantern that steadies you. You feel a sense of safety wrapped around you like a warm shawl. Your eyelids grow heavy, but the fire keeps you awake enough to relax. The steady glow becomes a companion, an invisible friend that keeps the night at bay. You smile, recognizing the fire's voice as a soothing, reliable narrator. You think of the stories that the wood, once from trees, holds inside. Those stories flicker like characters in a gentle tale, dancing to the fire's rhythm. You breathe more slowly, letting each exhale dissolve into the stillness. The heat feels like a gentle whisper against your skin, a reassurance that all is well. You let your mind drift to a quiet valley where wind sings soft lullabies. The valley feels distant, yet close, its breeze a gentle embrace. You inhale deeper, the scent of the wood deepening your sense of calm. The rhythm of the fire continues, a steady and calm, inviting you to sleep. You realize the glow holds a secret, a gentle promise that night will be safe. The fire murmurs, offering you a bedtime lull that feels like a hug. You settle into the soft glow, your body easing into a resting posture. You're not quite asleep, but you're drifting, the hearth's warmth guiding you. At last, with a final breath, you surrender to the deep, comforting night. Suddenly, a breeze slips past the hut window gentle, as if a friendly hand strokes your cheek. It feels like a sigh from the valley, whispering secrets of mountain paths. You notice the wind's rhythm, a soft pulse against your palm. The air is cool, almost a mirror image of the fire's warmth. You feel the contrast, like day and night dancing together. The wind carries a scent of pine, distant and oddly comforting. You inhale deeply, letting the fragrance mingle with the hearth's ember. Each breath feels deeper, as though the room tightens around you softly. You listen to the wind's murmur, a soft, steady bass note. It is the wind that lifts your thoughts like a feather floats. You find your mind drifting, following the breeze's gentle path. The rhythm mirrors your heartbeat, each pulse aligned with the wind. The wind seems to read your thoughts, carrying them away. You let the air breathe, feeling each inhale push out worries. You remember the Romans built the first straight road to Rome in 312 BCE, an early map of paths. That fact floats into your mind like a stone dropped into a quiet pool. The wind carries ancient echoes, telling stories of travelers past. You feel the wind's caress, gentle as a cat's fur brushing your chest. You think of a quirky fringe claim. The ancient Greeks believed wind carried souls of lost lovers. It feels oddly romantic, a breeze with love letters on its back. You chuckle softly, wind. That cosmic blender stirs up emotions, not soup. The wind's gentle brush feels like a quiet joke from the universe. You smile at the absurdity, letting the wind tickle your eardrums. The breeze whispers, "Come closer," as if inviting you to learn. You turn closer to the open window, feeling the wind's playful touch. It presses against your cheek again, cool against the night's heat. You follow the path it sketches across the floor, unseen but palpable. The wind flows like a lazy river, guiding without force. You breathe and realize the wind brings clarity, like a fresh page. Your thoughts start focusing, no longer tangled in yesterday. The wind carries a tune soft, almost like a lullaby from a distant flute. You let the note drift within your chest, soothing your nerves. You hear the classic debate. Historians still argue whether the wind truly carries messages from beyond. It feels philosophical, and you wonder if the wind is a messenger. The wind seems to chuckle softly at that question, like an inside joke. You think of trees tapping themselves in the wind, as if sharing gossip. You imagine that each leaf is a tiny whisper, a comment to the sky. The wind feels as though it remembers the scent of distant seas. You taste the memory, salty and far, yet present. You imagine a child in the valley, playing with a kite, wind's partner. You smile, envisioning the child's laughter caught in the breeze. The wind's texture changes as it passes the window, silky then rough like sand. You feel its playful contrast, a living tapestry against your skin. You notice a small pebble rolling on the floor, directed by the air. You pick it up, feeling its roughness, a reminder of stone's steadiness. The wind moves, carrying the pebble across the wooden floor. That simple motion grounds you, as if the hut itself exhales. You think of the first Basque shepherd, watching seasons change through wind. He would have known this breeze as a friend, a guide. You imagine his story, told by firelight, wind as a narrator. The wind picks up, becoming a quiet, steady drummer on the windowsill. You lean into it, letting the melody settle across your shoulders. The rhythm soothes, like a gentle hum from a distant choir. The wind's gentle hand flicks your hair, teasing it lightly. You watch it dance, unaware of time's clutches. You realize the wind is a kind of meditation, breathing with you. You begin to feel the pace of the valley's own heartbeat. The wind rustles leaves outside, a green, rustling applause. You hear the applause, a faint echo of life itself. The wind carries laughter from a nearby hamlet, faint yet warm. You feel that laughter settle in your chest, easing the tension of thoughts. The wind tastes like salt and rain, freshly washed by the sky. You sip the air, feeling it fill your lungs like warm tea. You think of a quirky, fringe tidbit. Some claim wind can read human dreams. You chuckle again at the idea that an invisible hand knows your subconscious. The wind seems to nod softly, as if acknowledging your curiosity. You keep breathing, inhaling clarity, exhaling doubt. At this moment, the wind paints a slow circle in the air, a visual lullaby. You trace the circle with your eyes, feeling the movement. The circle dissolves, replaced by a steady, unhurried stream. You feel the wind's pulse aligning with your own, in sync. Your mind drifts to a historic memory. The first recorded meteorology report in 1649. That piece of history hangs faint, like a ghost note beneath the wind. You sense the data's weight, but it feels light in this hushed moment. The wind whispers again, like a secret in your ear. You pause, listening closely, as if it might reveal something meaningful. You hear no answer, just the soft wind sigh again. A joke flutters in your mind. Why do birds fly south? Because the traffic is too heavy up north. You smile, feeling the wind's laugh, a gentle tickle on your spine. The wind picks up, swirling around you, a subtle vortex of coolness. You feel anchored, as if the hut itself holds you in a calm embrace. Your eyelids grow heavier with each exhale, like a sheet draped over a lamp. The wind keeps humming, steady and comforting. It acts as a metronome, timing your breath to the rhythm of a quiet day. You let the wind fill your senses, each gust like a small wave. You imagine the wind as a friendly librarian, arranging memories by the hearth. It arranges them in order, making them easy to find again. You laugh at the image, the wind shelving your thoughts like postcards. The wind passes by the window, leaving a trace of coolness on your skin. You remember a historical fact. The first map of Europe was made in 1450. The image of that map floats through your mind quickly like a flicker. You let the wind guide you deeper into relaxation. Each breath a gentle splash. You feel the walls seem to breathe with you, a low hum of quiet. The wind flows across the floorboards, sending a small vibration through your toes. You feel connected, as if the hut and wind share a secret handshake. You think of another quirky tale. Some say wind carries hidden messages from the moon. You feel a thrill of wonder, a childish delight at cosmic mysteries. The wind whistles once, like a tiny violin on a summer night. You hear it echo in your chest, a tiny, comforting applause. You smile again, and the wind seems to reply with a soft hello. You close your eyes, letting the wind become a blanket of cool air. You feel the darkness outside, but your inner world is lit by wind's presence. Your chest rises and falls in perfect duet with the breeze. The wind keeps its rhythm, subtle, steady, unhurried. You imagine it as a slow song you cannot hear, but you can feel. The song soothes, a lullaby without notes, a gentle hush for restless minds. You keep breathing until your thoughts settle like sediment at the bottom of a pond. You feel the wind's hand across your cheek, a gentle, reassuring caress. You think of the old Basque proverb about patience and mountain paths. It lands here, echoing the wind's slow, patient guidance. You let the wind carry that proverb across your mind like a soft banner. Your mind begins to drift, thoughts folding into the hush of the hut. The wind offers clarity, cutting through the fog of cluttered thoughts. You notice it moves near the door, as if it hears a hidden question. You answer with a sigh, and the wind shivers, a tiny laugh in response. You feel the wind's warmth in your bones, a quiet confirmation that you are safe. You sense the wind's breath against your ears, a whisper of wind's secret laughter. You feel the wind's steady presence, like a lighthouse beam on a calm sea. You breathe in the wind's coolness, exhaling everything that feels heavy. You let the breeze guide you deeper until your limbs find natural stillness. You feel the wind's path leading you toward a subtle, hidden door. You imagine the door as a portal to dreams, guarded by gentle drafts. You smile, because the wind's subtle jokes make the night feel less lonely. You continue breathing, letting the wind shape each sensation into calm. The wind keeps a quiet, consistent rhythm, no louder than a soft, ticking watch. You feel your thoughts become fewer as the wind sweeps them away. You realize you are drifting, but not into sleep, rather into a soft, bright awareness. The wind continues, an invisible guide across the hut's floor. You feel the temperature stabilize, a perfect balance of fire and chill. You think of a historic claim. The first recorded meteorological station opened in 1649. It reminds you of science, tracking wind patterns, an early attempt to read the sky. You sense the wind's whisper, a reminder that you are part of a larger story. The wind's texture shifts smooth, then a bit rough, like a whispered warning. You catch a hint of a distant sound, a rustle of leaves, or perhaps a small animal. You relax further, feeling the wind gather all those sounds into one gentle hum. You imagine a quiet conversation between wind and stone, each listening. Your breath meets this conversation, a soft, slow exchange. You notice the wind's presence feels like a subtle hug, a gentle support. You breathe in, inhaling its cool, earthy scent, feeling rooted. You exhale, letting go of any residual stress. The wind keeps moving, like a patient river, never rushing. You keep listening, letting the wind guide you toward calm. You feel a sense of gratitude for this invisible friend, wind's quiet companion. You think of a fringe idea. Some philosophers proposed the wind as the soul of the earth. You chuckle softly, wow, the wind's quite philosophical today. The wind responds with a warm chuckle of its own, the sound of a distant laugh. You feel the wind's heartbeat within your chest, matching your own rhythms. You feel calm, like a child in a cozy blanket, wind wrapped around you. You notice the wind's energy, subtle, but enough to keep the hut alive. You let the wind carry away the remaining remnants of the day's noise. You feel a sense of wonder as the wind lifts your thoughts. You imagine the wind carrying stories like old tales from one hearth to another. You feel the wind's presence at your elbow, a gentle tickling breeze. You breathe in the wind's clear aroma, feeling the air lift your mind. You notice the wind's hand on your cheek again, steady, unhurried. You think about that Basque proverb again, now with the wind as its messenger. The phrase soft hands heal faster echoes in the wind, and you nod in understanding. You hear the wind hum a slow, soothing tune, as if teaching a lullaby to a child. You let that melody fill your heart, making your thoughts feel light. You feel the warmth of the hearth mingle with the wind's cool touch. You sense a union, a dance between fire and breeze, guiding your rest. You let the wind's breath settle over your face, turning it to a calm face. You feel peaceful, as if the world is taking a collective deep breath. The wind's rhythm slows, like a heart slowing after running. You feel each breath deepen, inhaling calm, exhaling tension. You sense the wind is steady, patient, almost human. It lingers against your skin, a gentle reminder that you are safe. You think of that quirky fringe tidbit again, wind carrying hidden dreams. You smile at the thought that the world is full of unexpected messages. You let the wind wrap your mind in a soft, quiet blanket of calm. You feel your mind drifting gently, following the wind's natural path. You imagine the wind carrying a secret message. A simple line rests gently. You pause, feeling this line echo within you like a calm beat. The wind keeps flowing, a gentle current of cool air across the hut. You think of the first wind vanes in the Roman world, simple yet elegant. It reminds you that humans have long tried to listen to the wind. You feel gratitude for that curiosity, a spark that still fuels you. You know the wind still moves you gently, each breath a moment of peace. The wind is a slow storyteller, telling you a story of calm. You feel your eyes grow heavier, each blink slower. The wind's presence keeps you awake enough to ease into tranquility. You feel the wind's voice echo like a quiet lull. It's almost a kind of mantra. You let it become a mantra, gently repeated as you breathe. You close your eyelids partially, keeping the wind's hum. Your mind becomes a quiet pool, still beneath the wind. The wind's gentle whisper remains, the only noise of the hut. You are in a cocoon of cool air, wrapped by the wind. You feel a sense of belonging, as if you were part of nature's rhythm. You breathe, and the wind fills the space around you, a quiet friend. You feel your heart settle, feeling the wind's steady pulse alongside. You imagine a story of a hunter who listened to the wind and found rest. You sense the wind's lesson. Listen, breathe, and find tranquility. You feel the wind's hands guiding you toward a peaceful pause. You let your thoughts rest, like leaves floating on calm water. You feel the wind gently rocking you, as if in a cradle. You smile, because the wind is the best companion for quiet introspection. You keep breathing with the wind, and the night deepens. You feel your thoughts retreat, like old pages turning themselves. You think of that historical fact, the first weather report to use a standard scale. That memory fades, like a distant echo, as the wind takes attention. You feel the wind's patience, a steady hand in the night. You let the wind continue, a gentle, unseen guide. You think of the Basque proverb again, the wind singing its truth. The wind seems to hum its line, soft hands heal faster. You nod, acknowledging that truth within your body. You feel the wind's cool rush against your face, a tender brush. You feel the world become quiet, with only wind as your voice guide. You feel safe in this quiet room, the wind its blanket. You are gently carried into a state of calm that is both restful and awake. You keep listening as wind whispers, and you drift into deep tranquility. The wind becomes a lull, a promise that night is safe and you are calm. You pause, letting the proverb hang in the air like a delicate shawl. The phrase sorrow is a silent friend, whispers through the cracks of the hearth. You feel its weight, a gentle nudge toward the quieter corners of your heart. The silence that follows feels like a well-tuned metronome. You notice how the ember's glow flickers with each breath. It dances softly, inviting your thoughts to wobble rather than swim. You close your eyes, feeling sorrow settle beside you like a loyal dog. Sorrow doesn't bark, but it keeps you company in a hushed tone. You chuckle softly, wondering if sorrow offers a return policy. Perhaps it does return within 4 hours of being ignored. The room feels warmer, as if the fire absorbed the wind's silence. You sit further, letting the hush wrap around your ribs. The floorboards creak, and you hear a faint sigh from the stone. It's a lullaby only a seasoned hut can compose. You smile, recalling that Basque shepherds believed stone spirits sang at twilight. Their words mingled with the wind, forming a quiet choir. You breathe in, feeling the wind's cool hand brush your cheek. Below, the river hums, carrying memories like a lazy train. Its echo reminds you that sorrow travels in waves, not storms. You feel the river's pulse sync with your own slow rhythm. The wind nudges a leaf, and you notice its gentle flutter. Nature's gossip stays soft, just like the proverb's hush. You think of a mainstream fact. The first recorded snowball fight happened in 1825. Its legacy lives in playful scars on your cheeks tonight. A joke bubbles up, wondering if snowball fights help calm sorrow. Perhaps the ice shields you from a storm of feelings. You laugh, feeling the warmth of the hearth spread through your marrow. Sorrow doesn't scorch, it simply lingers beside you. The fire's glow flickers to a steady blue. You taste the scent of pine, mixed with smoky resin. It reminds you of a fringe idea. Roosters can calm a restless storm. You question if the rooster's crow could be the wind's version. You imagine a rooster perched above the fire, crowing softly like a lull. You feel the night grow thicker, but your thoughts stay buoyant. A debate drifts through your mind. Historians still argue whether the first moon landing was truly televised live. You chuckle, realizing the moon is louder than your own doubts. You let that mental noise settle, like dust in a quiet room. The wind swirls, painting patterns on the stone wall. Each swirl tastes like fresh rain on old earth. You breathe, feeling the earth's breath mingle with the night. Sorrow becomes a quiet companion beside the fire's glow. You feel its presence like a soft cushion under your chest. You relax, letting the hush fill each corner of your mind. The wind whispers, sorrow is a silent friend, in a breathless tone. You smile, hearing the proverb not as a warning, but as a gentle nudge. There is no urgency, only a slow invitation to feel. The fire crackles, a steady metronome for your inner rhythm. You notice the sound of your own heartbeat echoing the flames. You synchronize, breathing in slow crescendos, exhaling in gentle falls. The wind plays a tune, simple as a lull with an offbeat twist. You grin at the thought that even wind has rhythmical quirks. You feel a sense of companionship, the night weaving itself into a blanket. Sorrow rests beside you, neither a weight nor a storm. You realize it is merely a presence, a soft echo of time. The wind stirs the curtains, making them whisper like old friends. You feel a quiet knock-knock, a rhythm that matches your pulse. You inhale, tasting the cool air from the riverbank. The river wind carries a scent of wet stone, and it feels grounding. You let the scent anchor your thoughts, pulling them away from chaos. The wind, silent and patient, offers an invitation to linger. You rest your hand on the hearth, feeling the embers pulse. The warmth travels up, soothing bones like a soft blanket. Sorrow's quiet presence makes room for the hum of the night. You let the hush stretch, like a gentle tide over the valley. The wind murmurs again, a promise of safe, slow rest. You smile, realizing that sorrow is simply a companion, not a foe. You open your eyes to the fire's steady dance, breathing syncopated. The night deepens, yet you feel calm, ready for quiet drift. You notice a faint sound from the roof, a subtle wind chime. It jingles, marking the rhythm of the evening's breath. You feel a connection to all these sounds, a quiet family. You allow the wind to wrap around, like a shawl of old stories. The hearth breathes, the room settles, surrendering to night. You realize the proverb has steadied the storm within you. You feel its calm, a mirror to your own breathing. The wind, patient, carries the soft lullaby of the forest. You let the sound dissolve into a stillness deep and expansive. Sorrow's silence becomes a foundation, a safe space to rest. You taste the air, rich with pine resin and night. The wind brings a faint echo of distant bells. You smile because you know that silence can be comforting. You feel the evening's weight lift like a blanket folded. A gentle wind carries a whisper of wind veins from Roman times. It reminds you how long people have listened to nature. You sense that history is woven into this quiet moment. Sorrow's presence, quiet as a stone, no longer feels heavy. You breathe in deep, letting the wind pull the tension away. The night is gentle, a slow song without an end. You feel your body relax, each muscle surrendering to the hush. The wind's touch is a reminder that sorrow is a companion, not a tyrant. You smile again, hearing the hearth's soft thrum. The night deepens, but your mind stays clear, like a calm lake. You close your eyes, letting the wind paint calm across your thoughts. You feel each breath steady, a slow tide under your ribs. The world fades, leaving only the hush of the hearth. Sorrow sits beside you, a companion waiting for no answer. You inhale, and the wind carries a scent of wet stone. Its aroma grounds you, anchoring thoughts to the present. You feel a calm certainty, a quiet resolve to rest. The wind whispers, sorrow is a silent friend, like a promise. You smile, hearing that the world can be gentle even in grief. You lay back, the floorboards sighing beneath you. You feel the night settle, a soft blanket over all. Sorrow's presence is a silent companion, steady as the winter moon. You breathe gently, trusting that the wind will carry you. The wind's lullaby swells, deepening the hush around you. Feel the gentle weight of the roof above, a quiet canopy. You drift, the fires glow a far-off star in the room. The night hums, a steady pulse under the quiet floor. You feel your thoughts unwind, each breath a thread of release. You hear the wind's secret, a promise of restful peace. The wind's touch is gentle, calming the edges of the day. You close your eyes, and the world dissolves into soft silence. Sorrow stands beside you, a quiet friend until the next dawn. You let the wind carry your breath, a smooth, steady river. You rest, knowing that tonight, sorrow can be tranquil. The wind whispers once more, sorrow is a silent friend, wrapping you. You feel the last thread of tension unspool, releasing like a sigh. The fire lulls, the room breathes, you breathe with it. You close your eyes, letting sleep settle like a tide. The wind's final cadence invites you to drift, the world held in hush. You let your mind float, carried by silence and wind. The last breath of the fire sighs, a lullaby at the horizon. You settle, feeling the rhythm of the night, grateful. A quiet exchange continues, the breeze still holding the room. You breathe, and the world fades to gentle gray. Sorrow is a silent friend, humming in the hush of the night. You feel safe, ready to surrender to slow, luminous sleep. The wind remains, a steady companion as your eyelids close. You let yourself drift, guided by the silent lull of the night. The wind drifts through the rafters, whispering gentle rhythms that echo your breathing. You feel the weight lift from your chest, like a stone slipping from a sleepy backpack. Peace pours into the gaps where worries once lived, filling them with soft, warm light. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen you joked about earlier, and imagine it as a bright, absurd bubble. The absurd bubble blurs the edges of the room, turning corners into gentle waves. You hear a distant murmur from the river, a lullaby that feels oddly domestic. It hums like a low bass guitar, low enough to feel under your skin. Every beat syncs with your pulse, reminding you that you are part of the quiet. You notice a faint rustle at the doorway, as if a leaf had decided to listen. The leaf wavers, folding itself back and forth like a tiny metronome made of bark. You follow the sound with your eyes, and it fades into the darkness. Behind the darkness, a faint glow leaks from under the door, spilling ancient light. You move closer, feeling the coolness of stone against your palm, like touching a calm cloud. Stone remembers everything, but it also remembers forgetting, letting the air flow freely. You breathe in, and the air tastes faintly of pine and old cedar. That scent brings back a memory of a quiet mountain monastery you heard about in an old podcast. You close your eyes, letting the scent thread through your thoughts like a soft melody. The melody swirls, weaving together whispers of wind, river, and stone. You feel a subtle shift, as if the hut itself exhaled. The exhale is a soft sigh that drifts outside, touching the night outside. A wind carries the sigh, blending with the cicadas that nestle in the nearby oak. You hear them as tiny applause, celebrating the quiet moment. You feel honored, as if the world is applauding your presence beside it. The applause rolls into the room, turning the air into a gentle drumbeat. You sway slightly, syncing your movement with the rhythm, feeling grounded. Every vibration anchors you deeper into the present, a quiet anchor on a sea of thoughts. You notice a small crack in the wall, a tiny doorway into the unknown. You breathe around it, curious yet calm, like a child opening a secret chest. The crystal of light that leaks through the crack bathes the floor in silver shards. You walk closer to the glow, feeling the cool dust kiss your fingertips. The dust is smooth, like the surface of a still pond at dawn. You spread your hand, and the dust floats away, drifting as tiny stars. You laugh softly, the sound merging with the crackling of the fire. The fire flickers in agreement, its glow dancing in tiny, warm circles. You feel the fire's pulse, a steady whisper against your ears, soothing. You inhale deeply, filling your lungs with the scent of wood and night. Each breath feels like a gentle tide washing over a quiet shore. You exhale slowly, letting the tension melt into the cool, dark air. You hear a faint creak from the old floorboards, a low murmur of the night. You stand still, allowing the creak to become a lull that calms your thoughts. You feel the weight of each thought lighten, as if the creak is a gentle lift. You find yourself drifting towards the hearth, seeking the comfort of its soft fire. The fire casts a golden halo, wrapping the room in a calm, amber glow. You sit down, letting the light caress your shoulders, easing the last thread of tension. You feel the weight finally lift, dissolving into a gentle hush that fills the air. You hear the faint song of birds that once roosted on the far ridge, now quiet. Those birds sang a lull that echoed long before humans built stone huts. You feel a sense of belonging, as if you are part of an ancient chorus. You breathe in, inhaling the quiet, and exhale, releasing the day's leftover noise. Each exhale is a soft wave, washing away the day's last clamor. You sense a subtle shift as the room's temperature lowers to a soothing mist. You feel the coolness seep through your clothes, a gentle touch from the night. The night's whispers deepen, guiding you to the space where sleep lives. You sink deeper into the cushion, the fabric stretching like a friendly hand. The softness presses around you, a cradle made from woven grass and dreams. You feel the hush around your thoughts, a blanket that swallows each worry. You remind yourself, no rush here, just the rhythm of the night. You inhale a breath of the cool night air, feeling it settle against your skin. The air is cool, and each inhalation feels like a fresh, clean tide. You hear the distant click of a stone door, like a clock struck by wind. You feel the memory of the day's weight lighten, as if a gentle hand lifted it. You smile, noticing the sun has already set, leaving only the moon to guard. You watch the moon rise, a pale lantern in the sky. You feel the light shift, painting the hut in soft, silver strokes. The silence in the hut feels like a lullaby, gentle and infinite. You let the silence become a blanket, draping your thoughts in softness. You notice the distant choir of crickets, their song a steady, comforting hum. You hear the fire's crackle, a low drum beating softly inside your chest. You feel your heart match the rhythm, each beat a tiny drum. The drum in you echoes the fire, a symphony of warm shadows. You realize that the night is your partner, sharing the same gentle pulse. You lean back, feeling the cushion hug your back, a warm, soft hand. You relax, letting the fire's light slowly dissolve into dreams. You breathe in, smelling the night air mixed with hints of old soapstone. You exhale, releasing every stubborn thought, like birds leaving a cage. You close your eyes, feeling a gentle pressure, a hug from the night. You hear the wind whispering a farewell, a final soft sigh. You sink deeper, your body melting into the cushion, as if a wave. You feel your mind drifting, the last thoughts slipping into the darkness. You hear the gentle click of the door, an invitation to sleep. You smile softly, as if the door were a friendly hug. You feel the fire's final lull, coaxing you to the cradle of night. You let the night take you, drifting toward dreams. As the room holds its breath, you close your eyes fully, and the world turns into soft gray. You feel a gentle hush, a blanket over your thoughts. You listen to the fire's breath, slow and rhythmic, a lull for your head. You let go, letting the fire lull you into deep sleep. The last whisper of the night settles over you like a soft feather. You feel the night's embrace, steady and safe, holding your heart. You hear the river hum again, a distant, soothing bass. The river reminds you that time flows, never rushed again. You smile again, thinking of the calm we cultivated together. You feel the fire sing one last low note, a lull that sings to your heart. The night deepens, your thoughts soften, each breath a gentle tide. You surrender, letting the fire, wind, and river guide you into sleep. You close your eyes, feeling the world turn to a soft lull. The hush of the hut becomes your blanket, the night your guide. You feel your breathing slow, each inhale a candle flame brightening your mind. You count each breath like a metronome, counting from 1 to 10. The count becomes a mantra, a pulse that steadies your restless thoughts. You notice the wind outside the hut, whispering like 1,000 tiny bells. Each bell rings softly, a note in the night's quiet symphony. The symphony hums against your chest, a lull for your heart. You feel the coolness of night breeze, a blanket of soft mist. You dream of mountains, their peaks hidden by clouds, gentle and unseen. The mountains sing a low lull, a promise that all is fine. You let the promise wash over you, a gentle wave of trust. Hope is a tiny seed, you whisper, letting the words float like a feather. The proverb settles into the quiet space, coaxing a murmur of possibility. You feel the seed stirring beneath the stone floor, a pulse that hums with unseen promise. The hut breathes, and the tiny seed glints like dew on a morning leaf. The room seems to tilt, as if listening to a secret lullaby. You notice a faint crack of old wood, a gentle reminder of centuries past. The crack hums a low tune that feels like a heartbeat echoing through time. Historians still argue whether the first Basque shepherds were really guided by the stars. They followed the stars, the elder says, voice soft as candlelight. He adds that the Basque shepherds date back to the 10th century, when they first crossed the Pyrenees. The mention of the Pyrenees feels like a gentle reminder of the land's long story map. The elder's words drift into the warm air, carrying a scent of pine and old paper. You inhale, allowing the scent to mingle with the murmur of the river beyond. Outside, the river glides, its surface reflecting the sky like a silver mirror. The sound of the water soothes your thoughts, a quiet metronome for your breathing. A small flicker of flame jumps onto the mantle, inviting playful sparks. You smile, thinking of how fire loves to keep secrets in its glow. Imagine the fire whispering to the stars. The elder chuckles, eyebrows dancing. The elder's laugh cracks the silence, a gentle jangle that feels like a tuning fork. You listen, hearing the crackle as if it were a tiny choir of wind. Historians still argue whether this crackle truly reflects the ancient Basque belief in fire spirits. You chuckle, realizing that the spirit might be simply the wind's playful whisper. A quirky fringe tidbit floats to mind. Legends claim sheep can vibrate to sing at night. You smile again, picturing a flock humming under the moonlight. The conversation turns, and the elder leans in, voice low like a secret. Hope, he whispers, is a tiny seed that grows when you nurture it patiently. The words settle, resonating with an echo that feels almost tangible. You let the seed sit, noticing each breath turning it a little greener. The scent of pine deepens, mingling with the faint metallic taste of dawn. You inhale, heart expanding, as if the hut is breathing itself. A soft breeze slips through a crack, bringing coolness to your face. The breeze tastes faintly of thyme, a herb common in Basque herding kitchens. The elder chuckles quietly. You'll add your own thyme to the mix someday. You smile, feeling a small sense of belonging, like a seed that knows its soil. The night deepens, stars flickering beyond the timbered walls. The elder's voice becomes a mantra, each word a step toward calm. You listen, letting the mantra seep into your mind like a warm blanket. The hut whispers back, each stone humming a lullaby for the soul. A faint note drifts from the hearth, sounding like a distant lullaby from a grandmother's knitting. You can hear it, the softness of the sound wrapping around you. The elder's grin widens, a tiny fire dancing in his eyes. Remember, he whispers, hope grows when you water it daily with your dreams. The phrase lingers, a sweet echo that settles like dandelion fluff. You feel a gentle pull, as if a soft hand guides you toward sleep. The room hums, a low vibration that feels like a lullaby from the earth. The air grows cooler, the pine scent turning into a subtle chill. You relax, letting the cold touch remind you of water on your cheek in spring. The elder's tone shifts, becoming quieter, almost reverent. The seed, he murmurs, is not just hope, it's a promise of tomorrow. The words wrap around your thoughts, a warm blanket against the night. You hear a slight creak, the sound of the old door settling into place. The door's sigh blends with the river's murmur, a calming soundtrack of life. You feel the rhythm tightening, breathing deeper with each heartbeat. The elder's eyes close slightly, as if he is listening to the universe. When the seed blooms, he whispers, it brings light, just like the sunrise in the valley. The valley's sunrise fills your mind with a gentle glow, soft like the first light on a mountain. As the glow spreads, you feel your eyelids grow heavy, a promise of rest. The hush grows, the hut's walls closing like a sigh. You breathe, each inhalation a wave of calm, exhaling a quiet ripple. The world shrinks, the only sounds being the steady thrum of your heart. You allow your mind to drift on this tide, floating like a leaf on a quiet stream. The elder's last words echo, hope is a seed, sleep is its garden. The garden grows in your chest, blooming as you drift toward oblivion. The night deepens still, a gentle darkness that holds all the stars. You close your eyes fully, letting the hut's lullaby cradle your thoughts. The last soft whisper floats, a gentle promise of tomorrow's sunrise. The morning light peeks through the eaves, teasing the horizon with a shy glow. You hear it faintly, the birds beginning their gentle chorus outside the humble hut. Their notes are low, rhythmic, like a lullaby sung by the hills themselves. You inhale the cool air, letting each syllable soak into your nerves, a soft massage. The soundscape feels like a vinyl record spun by wind, each track more soothing than the last. This is the first of many tiny lullabies that will carry you toward restful drift. Birds take turns, offering a conversation that feels oddly communal, like a radio station broadcasting calm. You wonder why the mountains always produce such perfect acoustics, because they are nature's microphones. There is a particular bluebird near the window, its feathers flicking like tiny suns. It watches you, perhaps deciding whether you are worth the tune it has prepared. A small joke lingers. The bluebird may just be a local Wi-Fi signal masquerading as feathered tech. You chuckle softly, remembering that bird was probably just hungry for the latest meme feed. You recall that the Romans built aqueducts across Europe, feeding cities with pure, distant water. The memory of stone arches echoes in the canyon, a testament to ancient engineering. In the background, the shepherd's goat bleats a low note, punctuating the chorus. You are now fully present, every sense attuned to the hush of the night. A quirky tidbit emerges. Some Basque shepherds once believed sing to sheep could change weather. You think of it, picturing the flock swaying like seaweed under a thundercloud. The goat snorts a small laugh, perhaps realizing humans never truly grasp the clouds. You smile, wondering if the goats can actually detect Wi-Fi signals from the hills. Historians still argue whether the first Basque shepherds were truly guided by the stars. Some claim the stars merely marked safe passes. Others say they were moral compasses. Your mind drifts between possibility and doubt, listening to the wind as a referee. The wind, ever patient, hums a counter-argument, softening any hard edges. The shepherd's wooden spoon clinks gently, a metronome for the night's quiet rhythm. You think that spoon might be a tiny drum, if only it could sing. Maybe the spoon is a secret instrument, waiting for a lullaby from a wandering musician. In your mind, the spoon plays a tune that blends with the breeze. A breeze sneaks through the crack, carrying the faint scent of lilac and distant smoke. The lilac smell tickles your nose, a memory of spring that feels strangely futuristic. You picture the shepherds of old, their faces lit by lanterns, breathing in the same scent. It feels weird, like time is a loop that keeps feeding itself. A joke pops. If the scent of lilac had Wi-Fi, we'd all be in the same cloud. You chuckle, imagining lilac flowers as tiny routers broadcasting nature's breeze. The routers hum politely, avoiding interference from the shepherd's radio. You think maybe the radio is a relic of the 1970s, playing classic folk tunes. The song changes to a simple folk ballad that reminds you of childhood lullabies. You feel the hum of the melody like a soft blanket on your mind's surface. It's a warm, fuzzy feeling, like a knitted blanket you wore after a long day. You breathe in the rhythm, letting the air settle into the cracks of your skull. The rhythm settles, like a tide pulling the ocean in, smoothing rough edges. You imagine the ocean is a giant sponge, soaking up the day's noise. The sponge drains slowly, leaving a clean, calm shoreline in your mind. You feel a lightness that lifts your shoulders, as if you're floating on a cloud. The cloud might be a metaphor for the memory of the shepherd's stories. You hear the stories echo as a low, steady hum, a lullaby that has lasted centuries. The hum is subtle, almost transparent, until it wraps around you like a cool breeze. You let the cold embrace keep any heat in the hut from burning you. A new joke lands. If the river had Wi-Fi, maybe we'd share our sleep apps. You imagine the river as a slow, streaming video, buffering your dreams. The video plays in a loop, with each frame more soothing than the last. Its colors shift from amber to teal, painting the night like a watercolor dream. The shepherd's shadow casts a silhouette against the wall, a guardian of the night. You sense his presence as a steady heartbeat, protecting you from stray thoughts. His heartbeat syncs with your breathing, aligning sleep and reality. You close your eyes, taking a slow inhale, feeling your rib cage expand. As you exhale, you let go of the day's noise, letting it evaporate into air. The night's quiet takes root, and your thoughts begin to drift like leaves. Leaves drift softly, each one a memory that dissolves into the wind. You think of that fringe claim, shepherds singing to the weather, wondering if it's a myth or a hidden magic. If true, each hymn would summon a breeze that carries the shepherd's stories across fields. You laugh quietly, feeling the absurdity settle like dust motes in sunlight. Even in absurdity, there's a rhythm that soothes. Your mind drifts, a boat on calm water, floating toward a horizon of sleep. The horizon glows faintly, a promise of rest. You feel the weight of the hut, as if its walls whisper, "Rest now." The walls answer with a sigh, gentle and comforting. A joke surfaces again. If walls could talk, they'd probably complain about drafts. You imagine each wall speaking in a whisper about how to stay dry in winter. The walls' voices are so low they're practically lullabies, humming into your bones. You rest your head against the cool stone, feeling the ancient vibration. You notice a flicker of light from the doorway, a soft lantern shining. It's a subtle glow, like a star inside the hut, keeping the darkness at bay. You breathe in the warm glow, feeling your eyelids grow heavier. You feel the warmth spread, a blanket of comfort rolling over you. Your thoughts start to fade, like the last notes of a song. You hear the lullaby in your chest, reverberating like a gentle drum. Your heart beats slow, each thump a step toward deeper sleep. There, between breaths, the hut softly hums a song of peace. You feel the entire hut breathing with you, as if the walls were part of you. Your skin tingles, a slight electric current from the hum, but soothing. You realize you are a piece of the hut's story, a silent witness to its history. The night holds no secrets, only gentle truths that wrap around your sleep. You drift, surrendering to the hush that fills the room. The hushed wind whispers your name like a friend. You feel your body surrender, each muscle loosening like a kite letting go. The kite glides away, and your thoughts become quiet, a soft lull. All you need is the next breath, the next sigh, the next sound of the night. You inhale, feel peace wash over you, like a cool river crossing your mind. You exhale, releasing all tensions, feeling them melt like sugar in tea. The night feels endless, as if time itself is sleeping beside you. You let the soundscape carry you, a silent boat on a sea of softness. The silence is a lullaby, a gentle wave washing your thoughts away. You feel your eyelids flutter, lightness descending like a feather. You are embraced by the walls, a loving hug that keeps you safe. Sleep slowly creeps, a tide that takes you to a deep, restful place. The final whisper from the hut carries your last thoughts into the dreamscape. The echo fades into a sweet lull, a promise of tomorrow's first light. The last soft whisper floats through the curtains, promising sunrise in your sleep and tomorrow's gentle echo. The hush deepens, wrapping your thoughts in tender tranquility. You feel your body surrendering to the stillness, as if every cell is taking a deep breath. The wind outside hums a lullaby, a low note that rolls across the mountain ridge. You hear a distant owl call, echoing softly through the pine trees. The owl's call folds into the room, a feathered percussion to your heartbeat. The rhythm of the night deepens, a drumbeat that matches your slow pulse. You let the rhythm guide you, like a canoe on water, smooth and patient. The water of the valley flows beneath you, a quiet current that drifts your mind. The valley's water glistens, reflecting the stars on its surface like a mirror. You feel the reflection in your heart, tiny bright lights of calm. Each light flickers a little, dancing, then fading like a distant candle. You listen to the gentle fire that crackles, a subtle background to your thoughts. The fire's embers dance, a small sun providing warmth without heat. The heat settles, a gentle caress that soothes your shoulders. Your mind becomes still, a pond reflecting only the sky. You breathe in, feeling the cool night air, and exhale, releasing tension. The breath becomes a rhythm of rest, a lullaby for your soul. You drift, surrendering completely to the quiet that envelops your dreams. The final whisper from the hut carries your last thoughts into the dreamscape. The echo fades into a sweet lull, a promise of tomorrow's first light. The last soft whisper floats through the curtains, promising sunrise in your sleep and tomorrow's gentle echo. As dusk deepens, a sky turns soft, endless blue. You feel the horizon soften like a drawn blanket. Light leaks from distant clouds, painting the walls in gentle mauve. The village breathes, and every breath is a quiet invitation. You step lightly, hearing only the faint rustle of cedar leaves. The wind whispers through reeds, echoing a subtle lullaby. You feel the wind's hush, a calm breathing in space. A gentle breeze lifts your cheek like a friendly hand. The wind carries a note of music from a distant town. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air, like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down, like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume, wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens, like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air, like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down, like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume, wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens, like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air, like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down, like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume, wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens, like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air, like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down, like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume, wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens, like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air, like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down, like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume, wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens, like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills, soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like a thread leading you deeper. The thread connects you to memories of childhood. You recall the smell of toast on a campfire night. The scent lingers, blending with pine and the river. You can almost taste the buttery warmth of the fire. The warmth embraces your chest, a comforting embrace. Each breath deepens, and your eyes close slowly. The world shifts to a quieter rhythm, a gentle pulse. You hear the distant bells of a small chapel nearby. The sound reverberates, adding a tender layer to the night. Each note feels like a hand tapping your shoulder. The tapping is gentle and reassuring, like a mother's hum. You feel a wave of calm wash over you. The calm curls around your thoughts, soothing them. It feels like a blanket woven from night air. You drift, slowly letting the room's rhythm take hold. The rhythm is steady, like a metronome for the soul. You listen to the hush, and it feels ancient and new. The ancient feeling comes without the need for old books. You imagine reading a scroll of forgotten lore. The wind carries faint echoes of those stories, softly. Soft echo fills the air like a distant choir. You feel the world slow down like a lazy river. The river's current flows smooth, carrying your thoughts along. You taste sweetness in the air from the blooming night flowers. The flowers add a gentle perfume wrapping around you. You feel gratitude, as if the night is a teacher. The teacher whispers lessons through starry language. You absorb each lesson, and your heart thumps in calm. The calm thickens like a warm sweater. You breathe, and the hush becomes a slow, soothing tide. Each inhale feels like a step into a deeper forest. The forest breathes in sync with the night's rhythm. A soft chuckle escapes from your mind. It's the wind's joke. You find humor in the fact that the wind prefers low voices. The night sky feels like a black velvet canvas. Stars are scattered like fireflies, each one a tiny beacon. You imagine each star as a story waiting to be heard. The wind hums a tune old as the hills soft and steady. The hills watch over you, silent guardians of your rest. You feel a sense of safety, and the mind loosens its grip. A quiet ripple dances across the river's surface, echoing your thoughts. The river carries old tailies, drifting quietly past the hut. You sense a gentle tug, like constrain. You hear the soft murmur of the river, its rhythm matching the steady drum of your heart. The current slides past pebbles, whispering stories older than the huts. Each stroke of water feels like a breath you have not yet taken. You inhale slowly, letting the damp air fill your lungs. Exhale softly, and the river seems to sigh in tandem. A distant waterfall adds a gentle crash to the lullaby. The sound is a reminder that time flows, never rushed. You close your eyes and taste stillness on your tongue. That taste reminds you of the first recorded calendar, the Roman one. Historians still argue whether the early Maya used 0. Your mind glides between dates and quiet moments. The gentle flow reminds you of the humble pace of a child's crawl. Your shoulders shake as if the wind itself sighed through the reeds. A light drizzle paints silver threads across the water's surface. You feel the coolness as a feather touches your palm. The sensation is like the gentle slap of a drumbeat in a distant village. You picture a shepherd humming a Basque lullaby to the sheep. The sheep settle, lulled by the slow sway of the hillside. Your thoughts drift like the river's current. A slow river indeed. You remember the river that cut through ancient stones in Spain. The stone walls echo with the memory of people who once walked there. You think of the cliffside that holds a forgotten monastery. The monastery's stone walls breathe the air of centuries ago. In your mind, you hear an elder's voice speaking a proverb. The proverb hums, "Time is a slow river, steady and patient." You repeat the phrase, letting it wash over your awareness. Its cadence shapes your breathing, aligning each inhale with the wave. Your heart settles into a calm, steady rhythm. You feel a subtle smile tug at the corner of your lips. Humor sneaks in as the river makes a soft splash against a stone. The splash feels like a joke, a gentle reminder that everything is gentle. You notice a frog leaping, then sinking back into the water. The frog's brief escape becomes a tiny note in the lullaby. Your mind, like the river, absorbs the moment, never forcing. You remember the story of a Basque fisherman who counted waves. He believed the waves knew the future, and he trusted them. You trust the waves, and they keep their promise. The wind adds a new layer, a murmur through the pines. You feel a cool breeze brush against the side of your face. The breeze is a reminder that the river remembers seasons. You sense the river changing its color according to moonlight. The moonlight paints the water like a silver thread. You feel the light wrap your skin, soothing every tense muscle. The river's melody feels like an ancient lullaby sung by ancestors. Ancestors whispered about a time when humans measured days by tide. You feel a tiny ripple, as if that tide is still moving. A stone slides under your feet, a tiny thunder in the stillness. Your feet feel the softness of moss under the stone. Moss cushions each step, gentle as a lullaby of the earth. You pause, let that comfort soak into your muscles. Your breath becomes a mantra. Inhale lightness, exhale the world. You feel the wind gather the scent of pine needles. That scent reaches your nose, reminding you of a forest in spring. The forest feels alive with the hush of the evening. You hear owls call, low and resonant, across the night. Owls remember the slow rhythm of the river. You remember a fisherman who taught his children that time cannot be rushed. The children learn from the river's unhurried flow. They feel patience like a hidden treasure under the ground. The treasure appears as the river's calm in the night. You see a moon reflected, a silver coin on water. The coin glimmers, reminding you of a time traveler who never lost his compass. The compass always pointed to the river's heart. You feel that same orientation in your own heart, steady and true. The river murmurs, "Stay still, breathe, let the present guide you." You nod silently, feeling gratitude deepen within you. Your mind wanders to a curious fact. The first recorded calendar was called a Roman calendar. That fact feels like a quiet revelation in the night. You remember the ancient Basque phrase that translates to the river is life. You can almost taste the sweet clarity of the river's water. You breathe in the sweet air, noticing it is not chemical, but natural. Natural elements fill the hut with a calming silence. The silence is a blanket, soft as wool over a sleeping child. You lean back, feeling the hush of the world settle. Time moves like the river, unhurried, like a child learning to swim. You realize that the river's presence is a gift, an infinite resource. The gift is patience, shared like a story told at a hearth. You feel the hearth's ember glow, warm and steady. You hear the faint crackle that sounds like a heart beating in time. Your own heart echoes this gentle beat, matching the river's flow. The river, a silent teacher, offers lessons of stillness. You realize the slow river shapes your breath into a mantra. Your mantra repeats silently. One breath, one wave. The mantra anchors you to the present, a place free of hurry. You sense gratitude for each breath, each wave, each still moment. Your body releases tension with each release of breath. You feel a soothing warmth, like a light blanket on a winter night. The blanket is woven from the river, the wind, and the pines. You watch stars glitter, each one a story, a memory, a whisper. The whisper of the wind carries a proverb from a distant shepherd. Another fact surfaces. Julius Caesar's calendar was a precursor to ours. That fact feels like a distant echo in the quiet hush. Your thoughts wander, but the river keeps pulling them home. Home feels as soft as moss, as gentle as the river's pulse. You listen to the river's rhythm, its own heartbeat. Your heartbeat sinks, each beat a step deeper into calm. You feel more connected to the Basque shepherd's world. That shepherd's world is small, yet profound, just like the river. You see the river winding beyond the hut, beyond the hills. Beyond the hills, the world is a tapestry of quiet, patient time. The tapestry, like a long, slow river, unspools gently. You imagine the river stretching into the horizon, forever onward. The horizon appears as a bright line, inviting, unhurried. You feel the urge to move less, to sit in stillness more. In stillness, you see the river's reflection of your own soul. Your soul reflects its own depth, a slow, steady flow within. You realize that the river is a mirror to your inner calm. You feel gratitude that you can breathe alongside it. Each breath is a stone falling softly in the river's bed. You feel each stone dissolve into calm, leaving a smooth riverbed. The riverbed feels like a page waiting for your next story. Your story is written in silence, in the echo of a distant owl. You write silently, your thoughts drifting like gentle ripples. The echo of the owl reminds you of patience, of listening. Listening is a gift the shepherd offered through the proverb's gentle cadence. The proverb whispers that time is a slow river. You accept the proverb as an invitation to a calmer life. Your heart beats in harmony with the river's steady pulse. You smile in quiet amusement at the notion that a river teaches a human to breathe. The river teaches that patience is not idle, but active. You feel this active patience, like a hand guiding a boat. You imagine yourself as a boat, paddling with a steady rhythm. The paddles sweep, drawing the boat into current. You feel carried, not forced, into a deeper tranquility. The tranquility feels like a blanket that covers the world. The blanket covers the huts, the hills, the river, and the sky. The sky is a deep indigo, sprinkled with silent stars. You feel the weight of the stars, not light, but comforting. The comfort reminds you that the river knows the sky. You think of an uncommon fact. The universe may have once been a single cell. That fact feels like another layer of the river's endless story. You realize that the river is a living entity, evolving yet steady, its flow unchanged in its own rhythm. You pause, feeling a subtle laugh at the absurdity of the universe's grandness. The absurdity is a joke within the great joke of existence. You inhale, and the air feels like warm honey. The honey warms you as the river warms your soul. The soul drifts along with the river, never leaving its current. You find solace in the fact that the river never rushes. The river's pace is steady, a teacher's voice for the unhurried. You feel the river's voice echo in your mind, a lullaby in the wind. The lullaby is a guide, a gentle reminder of breath. Breath becomes a silent prayer, thanking the river. You thank the river for its wisdom, its patient timing. You thank the wind for its gentlest touch, its soothing presence. You thank the pines for their scent, their ancient whispers. You thank the stars for their quiet vigil overnight. You feel a moment of pure gratitude, a deep, reverent calm. The calm settles like dew on the moss beneath your feet. The moss feels like an old, wise friend holding your thoughts. You stay with the friendship, savoring the slow, gentle flow of time. You realize that time is a slow river, carving valleys over ages. You realize this carving shapes the world and you, like stone within a stream. Your heart beats in rhythm, a steady drum echoing the river. The river reminds you, slow, steady. It moves forward without hurry. You learn that a slow river carries all the weight of the world. You see the weight as a mantle, light yet present. The mantle lifts you gently, encouraging patience. You find yourself breathing without force, flowing like the water. You breathe in the stillness, exhaling what no longer matters. You let the world fall away, leaving only the river and you. You sit with the river, listening to its timeless murmur. Each murmur is a word, a memory, a lesson written in water. The lesson says, cherish quiet moments, cherish time as a river. You feel the lesson like a promise made by the earth. The earth gives, with patient hands, the gift of time. You feel the gift like a warm scarf around your shoulders. The scarf keeps you snug against the night's chill. You allow the night to envelop you, the river to guide you deeper. You feel the night as a slow, gentle tide that lifts you higher. You lift higher toward a calm, clear mind, free from the rush. You float, suspended between breath and river, within your own quiet. Within your quiet, you hear the ancient Basque saying about the river. You repeat, time is a slow river. Your eyes close, the world dissolving into stillness. You feel the world become a single, tranquil pond. That pond reflects the mountain above, its peaks glinting like diamonds. The diamonds are patient, waiting for the sun to shine. You think of a fact. The first moon landing happened in 1969. That fact gives you a sense of awe of humanity's reach. You let that awe mingle with the river's calm. The mixture is soothing, like a warm bath after a long day. You imagine stepping into that bath, letting the river's rhythm calm every nerve. Every nerve feels as if the river is humming a lullaby at its base. The lullaby feels like a cradle for your mind. Your mind drifts, settling into the rhythm of the river. You feel a quiet joy, a gentle wave of contentment. The contentment feels like sunlight on calm water. You feel the water bright, unruffled, a mirror to your thoughts. Your thoughts mirror that calm, reflecting the river's peace. You close your eyes, feeling the gentle press of the river under your feet. The pressure is not harsh, but a reminder that the river is solid, steadfast. The steadiness encourages your breath to sink into a slow rhythm. Your lungs expand, filling with cool, fresh air like water. Water seeps into your cells, soothing aches. You feel the aches fade like mist, leaving only gentle warmth. The warmth is that of the hearth, a faint glow in your chest. The glow pulses in time with your breath, steady and reassuring. You feel a sense of security, a deep trust in the river's path. You realize that the river teaches you to let go, to flow. You let go of tension, let go of thoughts that do not serve now. You keep listening to the river's song, a melody that never ends. The melody is like a promise that time is infinite, patient, quiet. Infinity feels like a never-ending river, a loop that refreshes itself. You imagine that loop, a circle of life, of time, of breath. The circle is gentle, never forcing, always welcoming. You join the circle, feeling your heart beat like water. You watch the river carve out shapes in rocks, slowly but surely. The shapes are smooth, each one a testament to unhurried persistence. You think of a quirky tidbit. Some believe that cats have 9 lives due to quantum leaps. You smile at that idea, amused by its silliness. You take a deep breath, feeling the calm fill your lungs. Your lungs, like the river, fill with quiet, steady air. You exhale slowly, letting your thoughts drift into the river. You notice the river's surface glimmering, reflecting the moon. The moon seems to smile at your presence. You feel the moonlight wash over your mind, cleansing. You inhale the moon's silver, exhale the day's heat. You feel the day's heat leave, replaced by subtle, cool freshness. You sit, feeling the river's current tickle your ankles. The tickle is light, like a feather's touch on the skin. The feather feels like a reminder that you can stay light and airy. You feel the weight of the world lift, leaving only the river. You hear the river's hush, that same gentle rhythm that steadies you. You find peace in that hush, in the pause before the next wave. You remain still like a stone, feeling the river's pull. You feel the pull steady as your breath. Your breath synchronizes exactly with the river's cadence. Your sense of time expands, folding into a slow, comforting continuum. You become part of that continuum, an integral thread in a tapestry. The tapestry is woven with the river, the wind, the hills, the stars. You feel the tapestry's warmth like a quilt, gentle and secure. You recall a story about a shepherd who measured time by stones. The stones were thrown into the river, watching the ripple. The ripple told him how long until the next stream. You remember that lesson and how it fits with the proverb. The river teaches patience, not just time, but presence. You feel presence settle like water on a surface, smooth and calm. You hold onto that presence like a raft on a gentle tide. The raft carries you forward with trust, with ease. You exhale, and the raft drifts, guided by the river's current. You inhale, feeling every breath as a small wave. The waves are small, but they connect to the bigger river. The bigger river connects to the world, to the sky, to a vast horizon. You feel the horizon as a place where your mind can wander. You wander without fear, with serenity, guided by the river's flow. You feel safe, embraced by the river's slow, patient rhythm. You feel the river a friend, a companion, a guide. The friend never rushes, always steady, always welcoming. You trust the friend, trust the river, trust the current. You trust the current to lead you to calm, to calm, to calm. You feel that calm as a blanket, as a warm, gentle cloak. You wrap yourself in that cloak and breathe deeply. Your breath, like the river, becomes a steady, soft whisper. You listen, the wind, the river, the earth echo your breath in harmony. You realize that the rhythm you seek is already there, in the slow river of time. You stay breathing, listening, trusting, loving, surrendering to the river's quiet path. You remain present, where the river meets your heart, where time rests in gentle flow. You feel the hush deepen as the hills sigh in agreement. The wind shifts, carrying a faint scent of smoked trout. Your thoughts fold into the rhythm of the cedar wood. It's like a long-lived playlist playing on loop. You taste the subtle tang of pine resin on your tongue. There's a pause, a breath, an invitation to stay still. Your eyelids flutter like the moths in the nearby meadow. You remember a story the shepherd once told about an invisible goat. He claimed the goat could hear the rustle of distant clouds. The legend felt more whimsical than scientific, but it soothed you. Did you know the Inca built over 4,300 kilometers of terraced roads? Those pathways crisscrossed mountains, valleys, and clouds, almost like a living map. Historians still argue whether the earliest maps were truly accurate. The river seems to echo your skepticism, yet it answers softly. You pause, listening for the rhythm of your own heartbeat. Your pulse syncs with the distant splash, a gentle metronome. You notice a tiny frog perched on the stone, watching the flow. It looks as if it's judging your every move. You laugh, thinking the frog might outpace your thoughts. It's a silly moment, but it reminds you to stay playful. If you're wondering why the shepherd used a wooden whistle, the answer is simple. It squeaks louder than your inbox, and that's good for meditation. fire crackles, casting shadows that dance behind the door. The warmth feels like a soft blanket, except it is literally not a blanket. You lean into it, and the wooden floor whispers a lullaby. The rhythm of the floor under your feet is like a secret rhythm game. You might think the floor has a secret playlist, but it's just the stones. You feel the shepherd's world merging with your own, a gentle overlap. The hut becomes a sanctuary for restless thoughts seeking quiet. You inhale the scent of damp earth, and it pulls your attention like a magnet. You feel it tugging gently, like the wind teasing a hairless cat. You chuckle because cats do never truly possess hair. The hut's walls listen, absorbing every breath you take. They hold the rhythm of the past like a dusty guitar. The guitar, however, never plays any chord. It hums a quiet constant. You hear a low murmur of a distant mule, maybe the shepherd's companion. The mule hums a song so old it refuses a record label. You smile, realizing the shepherd's life contains more soundtrack than modern playlists. The soundscape feels like a mixtape of stone, wind, and river. You imagine a stone that tells stories, but only to those who listen. Even the moss on the ceiling whispers gently when you move. You realize the hut is alive, breathing along with you. Its breath is slow, like a person meditating on a mountaintop. It exhales with each gentle shift of a feathered leaf. You notice a particular rock that glows when spoken to. Some say the rock is a portal to the mind of a wandering monk. A quirky claim, yet the glow is real if you stare. You lean closer, and the rock whispers a single word: patience. You feel the words settle like a pebble under your skin. The feeling is gentle, like the weight of a soft blanket. Your hands touch the stone, and warmth spreads over your palms. The warmth reminds you of sunlight on a cold winter morning. It feels almost comforting, like a friend who always listens. Your mind slows, like a turtle retreating into its shell. The surrounding silence is a thick blanket that muffles any noise. Your eyes find a corner of the hut where ivy drifts across the wall. You watch the ivy twirl, almost like it's humming a lullaby to the stone. You imagine a scenario where the ivy could talk, perhaps about forgotten recipes. The image is playful, but the feeling remains profound. You sense the shepherd's hum, a low growl of contentment. It's like a lullaby tuned to the frequency of your heartbeat. You feel your shoulders relax, shedding any remaining tension. Your chest expands, and the air fills your lungs slowly. If you look at your breath, it looks like calm waves. You inhale, feel the rhythm of a distant drum, then exhale, releasing any thoughts. It's not an exercise, but a conversation between you and the river. The river's song is steady, simple, almost like a metronome of nature. You hear a distant gull cry echoing across the valley. It sounds like a question, waiting for a response. You feel that you already answer with a quiet breath. You sense a shift, a subtle shift in the energy of the hut. It feels like the hut decided to take a nap, just for a moment. You giggle because taking a nap sounds more appropriate for a beanbag. You think the shepherd might have brought tea, not a whistle, for this moment. You open the door slightly, letting in a slant of morning light. The light paints a rectangle on the stone, an unexpected sunrise. You trace it with your finger, feeling the stone's texture. The stone is cool, a contrast to the warmth of the hearth. You sip a cup of something warm, perhaps a herbal tea. It tastes like the first cup of coffee after a night of insomnia. You laugh, realizing the contrast between a calm hut and a jittery espresso. The tea's warmth slides from your cup to your core. It feels like a soft hand resting on your shoulder. You close your eyes, listening to the quiet crackle of fire. The fire's hum is a gentle, low-frequency vibration that relaxes your mind. You picture the shepherd, his coat flapping, as he listens too. The scene feels like a storybook where the protagonist is you. You feel the hut's walls breathe, releasing a soft sigh. It's a sound similar to your own exhale, a shared rhythm. Your heart slows, matching the low drum of distant thunder. It reminds you of a drum circle in the mountains, but quieter. You imagine the shepherd joining, his voice a mellow bass. You feel a sense of belonging, like joining a long hidden tribe. The tribe's chant is simple, a repetition of nature's sounds. You hum along, matching the rhythm of the river behind the hut. A gentle wind pushes a leaf down, fluttering softly. The leaf lands on the stone, a tiny drumbeat. You inhale, feeling the world settle into a lull. Your thoughts ease, like a child learning to ride a bike. You notice a crack in the wall, a tiny doorway to unseen world. You imagine a portal, perhaps to a childhood memory. But the hut keeps you grounded, reminding you of present breath. You feel the gentle tug of an unseen thread connecting moments. It's like a lullaby tying your heart to the earth. You breathe again, feeling the rhythm steady. Your mind drifts, but the hut's warmth keeps it anchored. You notice the shadows dance, a slow waltz on the stone walls. The waltz feels like a conversation between the stone and the wind. You listen to the cadence of a forgotten melody. It's gentle, like a soft blanket draped over a sleeping child. You inhale, letting the silence fill your senses, a quiet feast. Your skin tingles, a subtle sign of release. You feel the warmth of the hearth slowly wrap around you. The heat is steady, like a long-term investor in your comfort. You laugh, imagining the investor humming a lullaby. The hut is a sanctuary, a refuge against the world's noise. You breathe, listening to the quiet chatter of the river. The river's murmur is a steady companion. It reminds you of a steady rhythm that keeps you grounded. You notice the shepherd's hand resting on a worn wooden stool. He looks content, eyes closing as if he had found his center. You smile because it feels like you're in the same moment. The hut's silence feels like a blanket over a tired mountain. You inhale deeply, feeling your chest rise and fall in time. You pause, letting the silence settle between breaths. You think of a proverb about patience that you heard before. It echoes in your mind, a gentle reminder that time is patient. You feel your thoughts soften into a quiet stream. Each thought is a leaf on this stream, drifting calmly. You are the stream's current, steady and continuous. You exhale, releasing any remaining tension, like a leaf drifting on water. You notice a faint glow from the rock that hummed earlier. It pulses slowly, as if counting breaths. You smile, grateful for the quiet magic that surrounds you. The glow fades, leaving the stone cool again. You reach for your cup, feeling the heat of the tea. The cup sits in your hand, comforting. You inhale, feel the steam as a gentle hug. You think of the shepherd, and he smiles in your mind. It feels like a subtle nod of approval. You sit, and the hut seems to exhale with you. The air is warm, the silence deep. You breathe, feeling the world slow to a gentle rhythm. Your mind feels anchored, like a stone in a stream. You are calm, the hut a sanctuary. You feel the warmth of the hearth, a steady candle. The fire lights your thoughts, gently guiding them. You realize this is a place where silence is golden. You let your mind drift, but stay rooted in breath. You feel the hut's steady heartbeat. It pulses in rhythm with your own. You let that rhythm carry you further. The river's murmur continues, a lullaby wrapped in stone. The hut is a living archive of quiet moments. You feel grateful, the sense of purpose washing over you. You think of the shepherd's gentle life, a life without hurry. It echoes your own longing for simple calm. You smile quietly at the hut's warmth, feeling content. The hut feels like a friend, sharing its silence. You breathe again, the rhythm steady. Your thoughts are light, floating like feathers. You remain, embracing the quiet exchange of proverbs and silence. The night deepens, folding the hut into velvet hush. A thin ribbon of moonlight slips through the cracks, whispering silver promises. You feel the hearth's ember pulse like a living heart. The wind outside carries a faint scent of pine resin, a natural balm to sleepy nerves. It slides across the stone, softening the edges of reality. You inhale deeply, letting the scent cradle your thoughts. Remember the rock that glowed when you spoke, the portal to a wandering monk's mind. You lean in, its amber glow steadier than a metronome. It hums a single syllable, patience, as if reminding your pulse to slow. The river far below murmurs a lullaby, its water carrying stories of the ancient world. Historians still argue whether the earliest maps were truly accurate, a debate that echoes like wind. Your breath echoes the debate, gentle and unhurried. A mischievous giggle escapes you, the sound mingling with the fire's crackle. It feels like a joke the shepherd might have told about a goat that hides in shadows. The goat's invisible laugh rolls through the walls, tickling the night. You notice a tiny frog perched on a mossy stone, its eyes glistening like polished beads. The frog seems to watch you with patient curiosity, a silent mentor. Its breath is a soft hiss that reminds you that all creatures breathe slow. An ember glows, warming the air, constant, gentle whisper from the hearth. You feel the heat curl around your body, inviting relaxation. It is a warm hand on your shoulder, a reminder that comfort is near. You hear a distant, howling wind, a whisper of the world beyond the hut. It carries an old Basque proverb that has traveled with the wind for centuries. The words, "Even a short river carves the valley," seep into your mind. The mountain's silhouette stands as a silent teacher, its peaks unbothered by your thoughts. Its steadfastness feels like a quiet promise of unwavering calm. You visualize your own steadiness, a calm presence amid motion. The hum of the rock's glow settles, the color fading to cool stone again. You reach for a cup, the metal humming with a low, steady vibration. The warmth from the cup feels like a gentle lull as you sip, savoring the herbal tea. The tea, a simple blend of chamomile and honey, offers a sweet, soothing bite. You taste the honey, a natural sunscreen that ancient Egyptians used to shield their skin. Your mouth fills with comfort, the taste grounding your senses. A distant owl calls, its cry echoing in the quiet valley. Its sound is a low rumble, a soothing backdrop to your thoughts. You feel the owl's presence like a soft shadow of calm. You trace the curve of a feathered leaf. It falls and lands on the stone with a soft thud. The leaf's weight is light, a gentle reminder that everything comes in stages. You feel the leaf's rhythm synchronize with your breathing, slow and steady. The walls of the hut hum a low, constant hum, a soft drum in the background. You let the sound wash over you, easing any tension that remains. Your mind becomes a quiet pond, reflecting the light of the hearth. You feel a faint, ancient rhythm in the stone floor, the same rhythm that has kept the shepherd's steps steady. It echoes with the subtle thuds of the river, a harmony with the earth. The rhythm is like a lullaby, soothing you to a deeper slumber. Remember the quirky claim that the rock is a portal to a wandering monk's mind. You picture the monk, his eyes closed in meditation, sending waves of peace. You feel the connection, a subtle tug of unseen thread linking the world. A soft breeze brushes your cheek, a cool whisper against the warm stone. It feels like a gentle hand, calming the spirit with each breath. You let the wind carry away any remaining stress. The light from the hearth flickers, casting dancing shapes on the stone walls. They become a quiet ballet of shadows, a soft visual lullaby. Your eyes close automatically, following the gentle motion. You find yourself breathing, each inhale a small wave, each exhale a small crest. Your heart slows, synchronizing with the rhythm of the night. The sound of the fire becomes a bass line to your inner song. The old Basque proverb repeats in your mind, "Warm hearts light the darkest nights." You smile, feeling the warmth in your chest, a tender ember that never flickers out. You realize the proverb's truth is a quiet light that can guide you. The hut's silence thickens, a blanket covering every corner. It wraps around you, a plush, silent pillow for weary thoughts. You feel grateful for the sanctuary in which your mind can rest. You notice the faint glow from the stone once again, a gentle pulse that slows and brightens. It syncs with your breath, the glow and breath marching together. The pattern is subtle, a reminder of your own internal rhythm. You sit, hearing the quiet exchange of proverbs and silence as a conversation among friends. The whispers feel like a secret shared only between the shepherd and you. You breathe in, exhale, and let the night envelop you further. The forest outside rustles gently, the sound like a quiet drumbeat. The sound grows louder when the wind picks up, but it returns to soothing tones. You feel each vibration under the stone, a steady, reassuring pulse. You feel the night's weight on your shoulders, a gentle pressure of serenity. It is like gravity, pulling you into a dream that feels safe and sure. You let the pressure ease, allowing your body to surrender. The moon above is a bright sliver, a calm beacon in the dark sky. It watches over the hut, its light flickering through the windows. You feel the moon's cold gaze, a gentle reminder to sleep. You reach your hand, gentle as a feather, to the stone in front of you. It cools against your palm, a silent hug that feels like love. You stay there, feeling the stone's steady heartbeat. You remember the Basque saying about patience shaping paths, a quiet lesson. The idea settles into your mind, a soothing mantra. You feel your thoughts settle like leaves in a slow river. A distant bell tinkles, a soft note that rings through the night. Its sound is crisp, a reminder that the world still moves gently. You allow it to echo in your ears, calm like a lullaby. The fire continues to crackle, its heat a gentle, steady presence. It seems to grow calmer as the night deepens, a steady heartbeat of comfort. You inhale the warmth, letting it flow through your veins. You close your eyes, letting the darkness become a comforting blanket. The silence around you thickens, a peaceful refuge from busy thoughts. You feel your breath grow deeper, slower, steadier. The wind takes a new direction, a soft, cold breeze that touches your cheek. It feels like a whisper from the world, telling you to slow down. You listen to that whisper, and it becomes an invitation to rest. The stone under your feet is warm from the fire, a comforting cushion. It feels like a quiet mattress, ready to support your thoughts. You feel safe under the calm mountain sky. You observe the patterns of the moss on the ceiling, a subtle shimmer. The moss breathes gently, its slow pulse a quiet lullaby. You think of yourself as a tiny leaf drifting on a gentle river. The moonlight spills and gathers, a slow bloom across the hut's stone floor. It is a soft, golden glow that keeps the night serene. You inhale, feeling the warmth of the moon's whisper. The shepherd's voice is a distant hush, a soothing echo of years. It feels like a friendly lullaby, a reminder of simple joys. You hear the sound blend in, a gentle echo. You feel a sense of belonging as the hut and your mind grow one. Its walls breathe with your thoughts, each inhale and exhale a shared rhythm. You know that feeling has never left you. You sip a final sip of tea, the warmth sinking deep. The tea's aroma mingles with the night, a perfume that lingers. You feel your chest rise and fall with calm rhythm. The fire gives a final, soft crack, a farewell to warmth. You feel the moment settle into darkness, a quiet close. You know the night will stay, a blanket you can always return to. In the quiet, the shepherd's presence feels like an unseen hand. It steadies you, a gentle tug to ease your mind. You breathe in, exhale. In the final hush, you realize the night is a soft song of quiet words. Its chorus is a lullaby that calls you into rest. You feel the world dim, the quiet settling like a warm blanket. You close your eyes, feeling the soft rhythm around you. Your thoughts dissolve, each one a small star blinking out. The night embraces you, carrying you onward. You let your mind wander down into a gentle dream. The dream is a serene place, a place where you remain safe. Your heart slows, the silence growing deeper. You feel the gentle hum of the hut, a bass line to your thoughts. Its steady vibrations keep you anchored, like a calm anchor in a storm. The world around you settles quietly. The final truth comes to you. Sleep is the quiet heart. You hear this whisper in your chest, the truth in a soft echo. You feel your heart soften, becoming an open, calm place. The night wraps around you, the sound of the river, the wind, the fire, a lullaby. The hut is your sanctuary, a quiet haven. You embrace the stillness, a gentle and soothing final. You drift deeper, the world dimming, a calm echo of peaceful thought. Your body and mind travel together into the night's gentle embrace. You let the silence carry you, quiet, safe. You find yourself drifting toward the soft edge where dreams whisper. Night's velvet blanket folds the hut, humming low like a lullaby. Your breathing slows, each exhale a gentle tide, leaving surface waves behind. A subtle scent of rosemary and distant pine weaves through the air. The fire's glow fades to a deep amber, a quiet glow under the stars. Your head rests against a worn cushion, each muscle relaxing in perfect harmony. The world outside recedes, turning into a watercolor painting of shadows. Your thoughts drift like wispy clouds, untethered and free. You sense a faint, rhythmic thud, the heartbeat of the stone floor. Historians still argue whether the earliest maps were truly accurate, a debate echoing quiet halls. The distant river murmurs a lullaby, its water echoing stories of old. The river's murmur becomes a low drum, encouraging your breath to sink. Your mind is a quiet lake, reflecting stars that shimmer faintly. A soft sigh rises from the hearth, a sigh that feels like a whispered promise. A quirky tidbit floats in the air. Olden sailors believed moons were made of cheese. You chuckle softly, feeling the absurdity soothe your nerves. Reminders of the shepherd's gentle voice echo in your mind, a calm anchor. The walls, thin as parchment, hum a low, steady tone, like a lull of the universe. You trace the edge of your hand across the stone, feeling cool under warm light. The room feels small, yet infinite, a cocoon forged by olden nights. A faint glow settles on the hearth, a fireless ember glowing softly. Your eyelids grow heavy, each blink a slow wave of surrender. Your thoughts drift toward a memory of a goat that hid behind the rocks. The goat's silent laughter reverberates, tickling the walls, a gentle chuckle of existence. You lean back, allowing the night to wrap your heart like a soft blanket. The lull of the night becomes a lullaby, its cadence soothing and patient. You sip a final, gentle draught of chamomile, its aroma drifting upward. The chamomile's scent whispers of the night, a calm lull in your ears. You feel your mind settle like sediment in a quiet pond. A distant owl's call splits the silence, a low musical note in the hush. You inhale, feeling the owl's presence anchor you in deep stillness. You let that sound play across your mind like a tiny, carefree drum. The night deepens, the quiet is rich. The world seems to breathe along with you. Your senses are attuned to the hush, a symphonic silence that lulls you. A low rumble of distant thunder echoes, a thunderous heartbeat of the mountain. You feel the mountain's pulse sync with your breathing, a seamless harmony. George Washington planted the first cherry tree in America. A bright star shines in the sky, a lighthouse guiding. You imagine walking into its light, a path bathed in hope. You feel a gentle pull, a gravity of calm. The pull is not heavy, but soft, like a whisper. You slide into a deep, restorative sleep, the world dissolving. The dream begins with a gentle melody, a tune of Basque night. The melody flows through your senses, soft and slow. You feel the music in your limbs, a caress, a feather. The sound blends with the wind, a chorus of quiet. Each note carries a promise that rest comes. The calm rhythm continues, a loop that hums in your chest. The world becomes a canvas, painted with soft blues and gold. You watch the colors shift, dissolving into a dream. The dream feels like a hammock, floating by the river. You drift with the rhythm, each breath a sway. The river's cadence is slow, guiding you deeper to sleep. You feel like a leaf, letting go of all worries. The world is a lullaby, your mind a receptive listener. The dream is sweet, a gentle night of restful silence. You stay there, listening to the wind, to the river, to your heartbeat. The wind hums a lullaby, a quiet lull. Your eyes feel heavy, the eyelids closing in stillness. You drift into a blissful slumber, each breath a soft wave. The world fades, leaving a quiet pulse of a heart. You wake only when the dawn breaks with a promise. The first light spills through the hut, a gentle welcome. Your body awakens, relaxed, ready to face another day. You smile, knowing you have rested in the hush of the night. The hush remains, a quiet reminder each morning. You carry that silence with you into daylight. You find twilight drifting, a soft edge where dreams whisper, calmness curling around your heart. Night's velvet blanket folds over the hut, humming low, a lullaby in the quiet. Your breathing slows each exhale, a gentle tide lifting waves away, soft and slow. A subtle scent of rosemary and pine fills the air, weaving tender memories into your mind. The fire's glow fades to deep amber, quiet brilliance beneath a starlit sky. Your head rests against a worn cushion, muscles relaxing in perfect harmony as night settles. Outside world recedes, turning into a watercolor tapestry of shadows and soft light. Your thoughts drift like wispy clouds, untethered, drifting, free, echoing gentle currents. You sense a faint, rhythmic thud, the stone floor heartbeat resonating deep within. Historians argue about the earliest maps, dead of accuracy, echoing quiet halls. The river murmurs lullaby, the water echoing stories of olden times, gentle call. That murmur becomes a low drum, encouraging breath to sync with life's rhythm. Your mind is a quiet lake, reflecting faint stars within a glassy horizon. A soft sigh rises from hearth, whispered promise, gentle reassurance in the dark. Quirky tidbit floats. Olden sailors believed moon's crust of cheese, absurd soothing. You chuckle softly, absurdity melting, nerves into deeply calm, tranquil relief, forever. Reminders of shepherd's voice echo calm anchor, tying heart to quiet earth. Thin walls hum steady tone, lull of universe, gently coaxing breath deeper. Tracing stone edge with hand, coolness contrasts warmth, satisfying subtle balance. Small room feels infinite, cocoon of olden nights harbor for weary soul. A distant owl's call splits silence, low musical note, reminding you of nature's constant presence. Always, you inhale, anchoring yourself to that sound, letting calm ripple through mind, like gentle waves, softly. With each beat, your breath aligns, heart echoes mountain pulse, synchronizing body and sky in graceful dance of peaceful night. Night deepens, moonlight glints on the river. Peace blankets the horizon, inviting deeper surrender. In sleep's cradle, you feel love quiet, steady, eternal, forever guiding dreams beyond night.